Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission, to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Engage. Hello, friends and folks, and welcome to TrekChatz, a first-time Star Trek watch podcast by two best friends who have never watched Star Trek before. My name is Allen, and I'm joined by a beautiful woman who only exists for this episode to be made fun of, kissed, and then summarily disappeared. It's Magellan.
Captain, I have an opinion about this situation that is not correct.
well, honey, you're gonna have a lot of work to do.
Well, if you just let me finish my
computer, download pants.
Computer, delete my pants.
Delete my pants. Create an alternate universe where I don't have to wear pants. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening.
To be clear, I was written to have the wrong opinion as that character. I'll just say.
Correct. It's not her fault.
We're all on the same page. Yeah, we support women's wrongs
and rights,
even when they're written, and rights.
We need more. I need evil women on this show. I should have realized that.
We need evil women on this show. Yeah, and not like, oh no, she's ugly and evil. Like that's the version we're getting. This beautiful woman is actually ugly. Ugh.
Yeah.
There is to pull back the curtain a little bit. There's one episode you haven't seen yet that we'll talk about in the second half, where there's an evil woman, and
good.
It's not the way you want it to be.
Oh,
it's not the way you want it to be. It could be better, but it could be worse. Look, let's tell people what we're talking about here because we're talking about it.
Yeah, this is TrekChatz, the first time Star Trek watch podcast. Like I said up top, I'm Alan. That's Magellan. We watch Star Trek every 6 weeks. We watch half of a season of Star Trek and discuss it. And we started this adventure by doing our annual Trek pilot over on our Patreon, patreon.com/chatzpod. Mm-hmm. And years ago, we piloted Star Trek, the original series. And we said, this seems pretty good, but like not that good. And that made a lot of people mad for years and years and years. And they held a lot of bitterness with us for going on, like 6 or 7 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And then we did TNG and we said, this looks good. And we watched all of TNG over the course of a year and a half. And then everyone was like, well, now you got to watch DS9. And so we said we did all of that for a year and a half, and then we got in trouble with the big guys upstairs because they were like, "You can't keep doing this. You've gone so far down the Star Trek hole without seeing the thing that it all came from. How dare you not go in order? You have to watch the original series." And we said, "Oh, fine. That's not. We didn't come that grumbly. I've watched. As we get into it, I'll talk about my history with it. I'm aware of TOS. I'm aware of a lot of the stuff that people consider like the good parts of TOS." And we figured 2026, we've been looking for fresh starts. Why not just finally pull the Band-Aid off, rip the Band-Aid off, and just get into Star Trek, the original series?
Yeah, I came a little grumbly to it. I'm more than happy to be the villain of us watching TOS. It was not the one that I necessarily wanted to watch next. I want to watch Voyager, but I kind of get the sense that knowing things from TOS will make enjoying Voyager less confusing.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, fine, we'll do that. Look, I don't know. We'll get into it. There's a lot of conversation to be had about like stuff holding up or not holding up, or what does that even mean, or what standards are we judging things by, and how much credit do you get for being like the trailblazing first thing? And I have a lot of credit to give in that regard. Yeah. Yeah, I'm more than happy to be a bit of a hater and for people to hate me in turn. I don't mind being the villainous woman of this episode.
Fantastic.
Of Star Trek TrekChatz. But anyway. So you've seen some TOS. Had you seen any of the episodes of these episodes before, besides Where No Man Has Gone Before? Because that's what we piloted on our Patreon years ago.
Yes. I had volunteer job back in like 2017, 2018, where I
Mm-hmm.
was at a hospital. This is like, I had to paint the scene for you to understand why this happened. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I was delivering bags of blood around the hospital between the blood bank into the various like parts of the hospital. So I would have
Mm-hmm.
most of my shift would be sitting at like the admin office, just like waiting for somebody to tell me to go somewhere. And they're like,
Mm-hmm.
this is how this role works. There is nothing for you to do here. You are doing everything you need to. And I got a lot of perks for being there. I got to have free food from the lunchroom, and I got a free tea pass. It was great. But with
Nice.
all that free time, I was listening to a lot of podcasts, and Abnormal Mapping have been big Star Trek fans since their inception. And
Mm-hmm.
they would always talk about TOS, how it's so good and so interesting, and like it holds up better than you think. So, which was counter to what I always assumed, which was like it just was dated and not worth checking out. And then
Mm-hmm.
it had just hit Netflix. This was like a really big deal. Like before Paramount Plus, Star Trek was slowly coming out on Netflix, and I put it on, and I was like, wait, I kind of like this. I'm gonna watch another one, and another one, and another one. And I watched mostly the best of episodes. Like I watched Trouble with Tribbles. I watched
Mm-hmm.
the Klingon episode. I watched the core boy maneuver. I watched the Cage, which we didn't watch this time, but I watched the Cage, and I was like, wow, this is great. I can like put this in my head and never finish this, and I had no interest in continuing with it. And that was basically it. I was like, I know I liked it. I know I liked what I watched, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna continue. So that was
Yeah.
my experience with TOS. I didn't grow up with it at all. My parents were never Star Trek people. I know this is a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people's parents Star Trek or grandparents Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
I'm very very intimately familiar with like the cultural perception of TOS and how it's been parodied and recreated and lampooned in a million billion ways.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've seen much TOS really besides Where No Man Has Gone Before, and we watched Trouble with Tribbles when we were watching Deep Space Nine, because there's the Deep Space Nine episode that is essentially what if we were there when the Trouble with Tribbles was happening.
Yeah.
My kind of introduction to Star Trek was through my stepdad, who was a big Star Trek fan, and I think enjoyed TOS. Like that was probably how he got introduced to the franchise, considering he was born in like the early 60s.
Yeah.
So no doubt. And I have some thoughts, kind of a lot of thoughts before we talk about the show, just about like it being from the 60s, and as like a historian, things that interest me about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think my stepdad must have watched a bunch of TOS in syndication when he was a kid.
That's
And
awesome.
then really he was super into the 90s shows. Um, so those would be like on TV in our house all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I think he particularly liked, I think he was a Picard guy in the Kirk Picard debate. So
Mm.
there wasn't a lot of like TOS playing in the house, but there was a lot of Star Trek kind of around. Um, but I didn't really ever sit down to systematically watch it until we started doing this for the podcast. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
It's exciting
And then
stuff.
obviously, by osmosis, um, I've seen a bunch of like TOS parody stuff, and like people doing the Shatner voice, and Shatner doing self parody and other TV stuff. And I've seen Galaxy Quest, and like I kind of get who Spock and Kirk and McCoy are and what the deal is. But it was fun to actually sit down and watch it, and get that from the show itself instead of from like the zeitgeist around it.
Yeah, I think that's honestly, we'll talk about like our angle with thinking about and talking about TOS, but that's like where I've started to notice the downside of covering everything for next two shows first is
Mm-hmm.
everything I see, especially because I watch a lot of modern Trek, it feels like I'm watching a prequel to something I've seen. And it shouldn't feel like that. Because what
Sure,
I've been
sure.
watching is a sequel to this, not a prequel to the other things. Like, the Doctor from Voyager is in Starfleet Academy. They talk about I know that I'm talking about Voyager. They talk about Cisco in Starfleet Academy. Discovery takes place right
Mm-hmm.
before TOS. Strange New Worlds is about the guy from the Cage. Like he's
Mm-hmm.
the captain. Strange New Worlds has Nurse Chapel as a main character. So as a Strange New Worlds fan, I'm watching TOS going like, oh, that's where that really weird thing came. They were just doing that,
Mm,
not realizing
interesting.
that Strange New Worlds was just constantly, repeatedly, and like I knew, like I would read, reviews online, and they're like, oh, this is from TOS. I knew that Nurse Chapel was from TOS, but I never got to see her.
Mhm.
So for me, it's kind of like, I don't know what example to compare it to. It's like, I don't know, watching the MCU and then reading the comics and going like, oh, that's why they say that and
Mm,
expect you to know that reference. They're doing that
interesting.
again.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was an interesting exercise for me, and I think it'll continue to be, especially as we get, I think, in our next set of episodes, like to the really iconic stuff. We're so close,
Mhm.
but like, I don't know, getting into it. My take so far. What does TOS
Mhm.
season
Yeah,
one
what's
part
your
one feel
overall
like to you?
take?
This is the bones of a really good show. This is the bones, the
Mhm.
skeleton of a really good show that has not a lot of flesh on it, not a lot of blood or
Mhm.
marrow or energy. It's like just it. There's so many good ideas that just don't
Mhm.
go anywhere because it is. I'm fine with it being rigidly adherent to the box of 1960s television. 50 minutes
Mhm.
sharp, plenty of breaks, act breaks, plenty of stuff for the whole family, but also the adults to enjoy. We have to have this, we have to have that. It's so
Mhm.
interesting to me that people took this base and built a franchise on top of it.
Mm,
There are some
mhm.
episodes where I say, yeah, I totally see how you'd want to write a whole thing about that. That's really cool. And they didn't dig into it much. And then there's other
Yeah.
ones where I'm like, I can tell that they were just fucking around. And now this is like canon to Star Trek. Like the idea of certain like silly or lighter episodes in this becoming so important to the franchise. And I'm like, really? That's where we started? It was
Mhm.
like this. It's humble. I think genuinely
Mhm.
watching a show from this time, it give its all to be like beautiful and Hollywood and fancy looking, and it feels like a high school play. Like at its best, this is like the
Mhm.
best of sci-fi
Mhm.
TV, and it looks like a high school play. It's really interesting. It says
Yeah.
a lot about how budgets have changed.
Mm, mhm. Yeah, there's something so refreshing about genre fiction from like the mid-century here because um it's like everybody's kind of wearing their tight little outfits and everything. There's like little rainbow lights on the walls, and we're holding little plastic things and to be like, I'm gonna blast you with this thing. Um, and just on the face of it, it's silly. And at points the like quality of it is, oh, I could have shot that on a camcorder in high school and gotten like the same level of fidelity, or like the same effect or whatever. But there's something so refreshing about it, like doing all of that and being completely earnest in it,
Yes, it's
and
very
like all of
earnest.
the characters taking everything so seriously. Like we're gonna do a submarine drama but in space, or like we're gonna do like a squinty-eyed chewing my cud western but in space. It doesn't feel the need to like apologize for itself and what it's doing. And I think it's like genre fiction today, it just always kind of feels like it needs to apologize for itself, or like help you understand what it's doing, or swing the opposite direction and be like, let's
Hmm.
be clear, this is serious.
Yeah.
um and it feels hard to find something like the tone of Star Trek, where Kirk comes onto the bridge and he's like, hey everybody, I'm the captain of this vessel, and that's normal.
Hmm.
That's like what is happening. um
Hmm.
so I agree with you that there's like a campiness that is made even more fun by the fact that it's not like winking at you or anything like that. It's just kind of doing the thing because it feels meaningful and cool to do the thing.
Yeah. The other most recent like TOS send up that I watched was actually it's 9 years old now. Jesus Christ. The Black Mirror episode USS Callister, which is an episode
Mm,
that's about someone who is like too much of a Star Trek fan and like doesn't get that like TOS was a long time ago, and like kind of tries to like force his life into like these are all my characters in my life. The girl I have a crush on is like Uhura and the blah blah blah, and it's like he ends up being the villain of this Black Mirror episode. It's kind of interesting. Some people really like it. I found it very spiteful at the time. I didn't like it at the time. Maybe I'll on a rewatch I'll care. But like yeah, everything that tries to do TOS now leans into like what it is actually not. You know, they consider it like hyper dramatic, which it is sometimes, or the performances are bad, which they are sometimes, but they're sometimes quite good. Like it feels like the people who parody TOS like either didn't actually watch it or watched it when they were so young that they forgot what made it special. And like I'm really that's like we're about to complain a lot about the first half of TOS season 1. I know. I think that watching this really gave me an appreciation for it and a respect for what it tried to do at its core. And I do, like I said earlier, understand, yes, this is what starts a franchise, is we earnestly, with the money that we could and the sets and the designs and actors that we could, made what we considered a good show.
Yeah, I think about it a lot like there are certain people, famous people, who become very easy to do impressions because there's something about the way that they communicate that's distinctive. So like I think Christopher Walken is a good example, right? And everybody can kind of do like a Christopher Walken thing, like, oh, whoa, oh my
okay.
God, I'm doing the thing. But if you go and watch,
The Deer
you know,
Hunter,
his
King of New
scene,
York, Pulp
the Deer
Fiction.
Hunter, yeah, the scene from Pulp Fiction where he's like, this watch in my ass, whatever, you can like do a funny version of it because what he's doing is like so distinctive and unapologetic about this is the way that I do this, that it's really easy to like pick up the tropes of it and mimic them. But it doesn't mean that the original performance is silly just because it is distinctive. And I think that's like the same thing with Star Trek here, is for the following decades and decades, it became like a very easy thing to parody and make fun of, like Shatner's delivery or Spock or Bones. And like I was walking with my partner Amanda down the sidewalk earlier today and did like a conversation between all three of them, did all the voices, because it's like they're very distinctive performers, but they're not doing something silly, they're doing something distinctive, that you can then mimic because of how distinctive and like not silly it is. Because if it was silly or making fun of itself, like people wouldn't impersonate it, because it's not funny to make fun of something that's already being funny, you know. So that's a lot like I think the experience of watching TOS. It's like going from watching the Key and Peele Obama's anger translator sketch to going and watching Obama giving a speech. And it's like, oh, this isn't funny. This is like a charismatic guy who's trying to sell people on a vision of something. It's cool. Okay. Let me take it seriously. But
I have to tell you an Obama story off
cool.
pod, by the way.
Okay.
For later.
What's that guy up to these days? Oh my God.
Goodness
gracious.
Yeah, I think it's also we can't really talk about TOS without acknowledging the context of when it comes out, because it's very easy as modern day TV podcasters to be like, well, this doesn't hold up, or this is racist, this is misogynist. This season of TOS is all of those things, but like it also came out at a time when like the bar for those things was very different, and it was actually lauded as being super progressive for a lot of those things, and I do give them credit for that. I do give them some of their flowers for those things. I'm not going to take that away. I'm not here to tell you guys that TOS is like terrible and shouldn't be lauded. It is coming out at a time when, I know you noted in your notes, someday I'll figure out how to say that without it being the same word. It was twice. Fine. Thank you. 1% of households had a TV in 1948, 75% of households in 1955. And then is this 98.4 is our peak up in 1996. So like we are at a period where like more and more people have TVs, more and more people are sitting around the TV watching shows together as a family. And we want something for the kids who read those dime store novels that have their little stories that you can read in an afternoon about spaceship captains falling in love with beautiful alien women and shooting their phaser guns at the evil aliens who do horrible things to your brain. and
Mhm.
they use those stories to tell metaphors about the real world, and we learn from them. They're all
Mhm.
little morality plays. So they made a show
Yeah.
out of morality plays. Um, we're airing this on NBC. Where how
Yeah.
many years into color TV are we at this point?
Well, yeah. So I think uh, kind of a thought on that and this. So I found NBC, the Peacock logo by this point, because this is starting in 1966. The Peacock logo, they switched to it in 1956, 10 years earlier, to represent like, hey, color broadcasting, pretty cool, right? Look at all the colors of the peacock feathers. So this phenomenon of most American households having a television and the TV broadcasting in color, at most, it's 10 years old, that
Yeah.
phenomenon. Um, and I think that helps to contextualize a lot of the like hokiness that we see here, and there are a lot of kind of storytelling tropes or techniques in these episodes, like the way that they use captain's log narrations to explain or re-explain things, the way that episodes are paced, like they're paced kind of slowly, or they resolve something but then there's like another thing to do. um
The tight
you know, we
50
take
minute
for
50-minute 3-act breaks.
yeah, we take for granted, like we've, you know, you and I especially, but really anybody who's a modern TV viewer, think of how many hours and hours and hours of television you've seen where the creators of that TV have themselves seen hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of television. And that's just not the case for the people creating Star Trek TOS.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the creators of the show, like Gene Roddenberry was born in 1921. So he grew up listening to radio, listening to you know, these kind of stories like as serials on the radio, or reading, like you were saying, dime store novels. He got into television writing for TV westerns and
Mm-hmm.
pitched the show as Wagon Train to the Stars. So
Mm-hmm.
there's like a lot of that influence media wise and genre wise in the show that we're watching. And the people who are watching it, the kids who are watching it, are the first generation to be like native TV viewers,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Mm-hmm.
in a way that we might think of like Gen Z as the first sort of internet native generation. I think boomers are kind of the first like TV native generation.
Yeah.
So this very new stuff, like the thing that's being made and the way that it's being made and the purpose it's being made for.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that really interesting.
Yeah, it leads to a sense of like, yeah, again, this is just a weird way to do these things. You could have made this so much
Mhm.
tighter, but you didn't, because you knew that you had to hit a time limit. Like you were like stretching instead of condensing. We have this problem now where everything has to switch into 8 episodes, and they're like, no, we will stretch. We have
Mhm.
a point A, point B, and a point C, and everything in the middle just needs to go. We need to make it happen. That's where the actors need to sell. We have to rely on the actors and the script to just get us there. But like
Mhm.
a lot of these episodes are, we set up a mystery and you know that there's something going on, but we just haven't figured it out yet. And the how we figure it out
Mhm.
takes up about 30 plus minutes of the episode, is how do
Yeah.
we get it? And then it's solved, and then bing, bang, boom, wrap our hands up, back on the ship. Spock looks at Kirk, he says something clearly gay, and then we hit credits. Really, really, really like explicitly homosexual, and then we move it on.
Yeah, because even like the rules of kind of cinematic like movie storytelling efficiency are still being established and figured out in the 60s. Like film is
Yeah.
what, 40, 50 years old at this point
Mhm.
or something. It's also an extremely new medium. It's like as old as video games are now, right?
Right.
um is a way to think about it, and think about how much like jank in the last several decades of video game storytelling there's been, and how still kind of like consistency there, it's wildly inconsistent. And um you know, that's a whole different beast. But um what is it that Star Trek has to look to be like, oh, how do you make a tight episode of a sci-fi TV show?
Yeah.
There's very few kind of reference points for that. So I think that's all important context of the vibe. And then I think also like color TV being so new also explains like some of the makeup being like Spock's eyeshadow under his eyebrows. It clearly to me reads as a thing that looks right in black and white, and
Yeah.
it's like, is that what you meant for that to look like in color?
Make his eyes stand out.
Everybody's really sweaty all the time because they're still kind of figuring out like how do you, you know, make somebody up for TV, that kind of thing. There's some kind of sloppy like editing and cutting because they're probably still figuring out how do you shoot just like a shit ton of television footage and make 20 episodes in a year. That is a nuts thing to try to accomplish, especially at this like scale of production.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of a miracle that this came together and existed for the 3 years that it did, um, as coherently as it was able to, for us to then build on it and create more Star Trek.
Exactly. Yeah, the fact that it exists matters a lot, and the fact that it got as many episodes as it did is incredible. It's coming into the world at an interesting historical time. We're in the mid
Mhm.
60s. We're in the middle of the Civil Rights Act. We're talking about political organizing happening around the country.
Mhm.
So that's another reason why even the inclusion of characters like Uhura, or
Mhm.
just like having women in speaking roles, in like interesting, meaningful speaking roles, feels at the time pretty radical, despite what we're gonna say is like there are ostensibly no women with like meaningful agency in these episodes. That's
Mhm.
It is what it
Mhm.
is. And then I guess my last thing before we talk about like how we're gonna get into these episodes is the role of space travel, and like what is the goal of Star Trek in like as a project, as TOS's project, because TNG is responding to the existence of TOS and talking about this idea that the future will be better, and yet
Mhm.
we will still have our problems. We bring our problems with us into space, as J. Michael Straczynski once famously said.
Uh-huh.
That's But TOS feels like a lot, in some ways, a lot more idealistic. But the more you watch it, the more it is also about that same thing. This like corruption of
Mhm.
what we thought was going to be an ideal utopian system and why it actually doesn't work. And that's where I think this show existing amid the Civil Rights Act matters a lot. Like, this is a
Yeah.
show that's like, we're doing the effort, we're trying, god damn it, we tried, we got space travel, and we still have bigotry, and we still have penal colonies. I'm so excited to talk about the penal colony
Mhm.
episode, because while it is
Mhm.
on paper kind of bad, the concept is so interesting. And that's
Yeah.
why I come out liking these episodes overall, and then I'm excited to see more, even though like
Yeah.
minute to minute I'm not having a great time. But like I'm thinking
Mhm.
about them, and they're getting my brain spinning in a way that I go, fuck, that's so thought provoking. But that's
Yeah.
not on the page.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's credit to be recognized like you're describing. Um, 1966, so the Civil Rights Act was signed 2 years prior to this show starting, the Voting Rights Act 1 year prior. Um, so there's this sense of like immense progress has been made at immense cost,
Yes.
and um it isn't obvious in 1966 that like things are going to start to get more complicated or devolve or get kind of tense, or that there's going to be a big conservative political backlash that's going to especially come to the fore in like the mid to late 70s and the 80s.
Oh yeah.
um those things are not foregone conclusions, so Star Trek is bringing to television this idea of like, okay, this is what our society is about now. These ideas of diversity, of inclusivity, of fairness, of treating people as equals in every regard. And the show, I think makes gestures towards that at the time were probably quite impactful, and in fact, from what I understand from kind of reading about, like especially
Super impactful.
Nichelle Nichols talking about her experience, super impactful, and also faced, some pretty nasty backlash as well. And I think we're gonna feel like those things are also a bit underwhelming at times or frustrating at times. But it's not an accident that you have this bridge where it's like, okay, sure, Kirk's there, Spock is there, Leonard Nimoy is a Jewish man from Brooklyn, Uhura's there, Sulu is there, and George Takei was in one of the Japanese internment camps during World War II when he was
Correct.
a kid.
Correct.
So there's like a lot of conversation with American injustice and a lot of kind of very defiant, like, this is how the future is going to look. This is how the bridge of this ship is going to look. And yeah, we're going to have this sort of cowboy white guy be in charge and do the most talking. And that's a thing. But like you're saying, I think there is some credit to be given to the show for that. And yeah, I think we should talk about the show.
Let's do it. How do we want to do this?
Let's do that. So usually when we cover Star Trek shows, we make a little kind of tier list bracket type thing. And our tiers are, S, A, B, C, D, F, and so bad it's good. The question that we run into when we start a new TrekChatz show is kind of like, are we grading on a curve? Like, is this S for TOS or is it S for Star Trek? Like, how do we gauge that? I'm curious what you think.
My gut says that it's probably more reasonable to grade on a curve. To grade on the curve of the show, because I think to grade, especially as we go further, like to grade DS9 on the same curve as TOS, it's like that's not fair to TOS. I think they're just doing different things. Sorry to spoil my takes. That's not fair. So maybe I think grading on a curve within the show, like this is good for what it is, I think is more reasonable and gets more interesting as we get further. Also,
okay,
what do you think?
That works for me. I think my rankings that I sort of noted probably align to that.
Yeah,
but we can sort of hold each other to like, hey, maybe we can be a little harsher or a little nicer, kind of depending on how we align and norm on those scores.
Norm. Yeah, we're hitting this together at the same time. And I think one thing I will note about like rating these episodes is that TNG for sure had the widest gap in quality from like the best of the best to the worst of the worst of any of the shows we've watched. Deep Space Nine had a pretty sharp bottom, but once it found its comfort, it stayed in a really average place, average to high place, high ranking. TOS is remarkably down the middle of the road so far. Before you kill me, before you guys yell at me, I haven't watched all of these episodes yet. Don't relax. So far, I've never been like, this was incredible or this was fucking despicable. I've been like, yeah, I get it. That was fine. I get what you were trying to do there. So it's kind of like, that's why I'm like, we have to grade on a curve, because like if everything is just a B, then like we go home with the not an interesting looking tier list.
Right. That's fair. So let's talk about this first episode, The Man Trap.
The Man Trap. Because we, as we mentioned in previous podcasts, we're watching the remastered version of this on a streaming service that I'm not going to name, because I don't want to give money to a streaming service that does bad business practices like most of them do. So we watched it on a streaming service that has the remaster from 2007, which features HD visuals, a recolored print, and all of the space shots, the shots of the Enterprise from outside, are completely remade in like 2000 CG. I think that looks terrible. I was surprised how much I didn't like looking at that, because every time I looked at those, I wanted what was in my brain when I watched this originally, which was like a string pulling a thing along, and it looked really good and genuine. And instead it's like, okay, you guys just made this CG. It very much reminded me of like Star Wars Special Edition. I'm like, I didn't need these shots, and they're few and far between. But when they do come up, it definitely pulled me out. And in the Man Trap, it even right away starts to happen where I was like, oh, okay. So I feel that. I also want to quickly say before you say your point, Man Trap we're watching first because we were told not to watch The Cage first because in the Menagerie 2-parter they basically recap and have footage from the entirety of The Cage. So we started with Man Trap for that reason.
Yeah, they basically play The Cage in those episodes. It sucks. Sorry, not to spoil my take, but those episodes are extremely boring. Anyway, so I can understand why the network was like,
That's
make
not
a
going to be a
different
pilot.
Make another pilot, please.
Run it again.
Your point on the special editions part, and like the exterior visuals, yeah, my issue with them, I had a different feeling from the Star Wars special editions, because with those it's sort of like, George, why did you put this here? You're making me look at this thing that is sticking out like a sore thumb. And my experience of the stuff in this, like we're looking out the window and it's like, oh, that's a very nice image of a planet. It bothered me because it's sort of like, it felt like their goal was to make things look good enough that you would forget about them, kind of.
Yeah.
Like, we just want you to not even notice these things. Whereas the entire rest of the show around it, the costumes, the set design is so kitschy and so 60s and weird that it's like, I want that to infuse every aspect of the design of this. I don't want you to kind of like polish or clean up something to make it look normal or whatever the goal was here. Like you're saying, I want to see the little ship on the string because I want to see the kind of like, I don't know, whatever that is, the sort of like physical reality of them sticking the show together with bubblegum and duct tape and making it look like something. So I agree that yeah, I wasn't like a huge fan. I mean, if you want to make beams shoot out of the phasers or something, that's fine. I'm okay with stuff like that. But
yeah, it's not, it isn't the Star Wars Special Editions in that, yeah, it's not trying to get in the way. It's not trying to overwrite anything except those exterior space shots. Nothing else is touched. I mean, it's like visually improved, but like we're watching this on a streaming service, not on the CRT TV. That's the big difference for the rest of it.
Yeah.
I like the rest of it being in HD because, like you said, this show is lit really brightly because this is how they used to film things. Those lights are halogen, which are like the hottest lights that you can. People don't use halogen lights for filming TV anymore because it's so hot. So they have all the makeup because some people still don't have color TV, so they can't tell what they're looking at. And because they're being blasted with heat. So just sweat, and like every tight close-up shot has to have a light beam on their eyes so you know where to look. Because again, if you have a black and white TV, it's like, I can't tell what's the focus here. So they're like, well, let's light their eyes so that it looks good. That looks crazy in color, and I love it very much. I think every time we zoom in and it like looks like I'm watching a avant-garde 80s movie or something, I'm like, no, it's, yeah, I gotta remember, they filmed it for black and white. They filmed it for black and white.
It's really fun.
Look up halogen lights sometimes, guys. That's the first thing I asked was why. I googled, why are they so sweaty? And it's like, oh my god, they're being cooked alive. And they're in like non-breathable spandex, filming for hours. Some of them are wearing suits. Some of them are wearing like, helmets and tons of prosthetic. Again, miracle that the show gets made. So, anyways, we're talking the Man Trap.
Yeah. So this is our first episode. Now, also, these episodes are in airing order. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, because when I was trying to look some stuff up on Memory Alpha, they were listed in chronological order, I guess, which is different.
Yeah.
So we're, I think, watching them in the order that they aired.
Released.
Originally. Yeah, release order. Okay. So the Man Trap, this episode essentially is about, we go to a planet, we meet this lady who is like an old lover of Dr. McCoy. And immediately I was like, okay, Because when we were watching Babylon 5, season 1 of Babylon 5, every episode's premise was like, oh my god, it's my fiance, my ex-fiance, or like it's my old friend, or it's someone that I love and it's brand new.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, it's one of those. They've been doing this sort of thing since forever.
Yeah.
And Bones is like, oh wow, baby, it's good to see you. You look so young. Wow, wow, wow. She's with this guy named Dr. Crater, which is just a dumb name for a guy in a space show to have the last name Crater.
Mm-hmm.
And wouldn't you know it, it turns out that she's not a lady. She's a monster that loves salt and is going around sucking the salt out of people.
And when we get
And,
the brief shot of what it actually looks like, it's sort of a green, vacuous, whole face monster with like sallow green eyes and crusty white hair.
Yeah, so this is the first episode in a series of episodes here at the beginning of TOS where the plot is, oh my god, this beautiful woman is actually ugly and scary, and that's the twist.
Yeah.
This is kind of the first of those. What did you think of the man trap overall?
There's good stuff in this one. Like I keep saying, I think it's just fun. It's like dumb entertaining. I don't think it's particularly great. I like Nancy Crater. I like the lighting. I like the salt twist. This episode felt like a Twilight Zone to me, and I was like, "Oh, that actually makes perfect sense." They're they're doing morality plays just like the Twilight Zone, where it's like, "Here's a problem. How would you solve it? Here's the twist. Here's the resolution." That's every episode of TOS. Here's a problem. Here's the twist.
Agree.
Here's the resolution.
This first set of episodes feel very Twilight Zone because part of it is the narration, which made me realize, like, you would think that like captain's logs in every show would work the same way, but they actually work very differently in TOS than they do in the other shows.
Yeah.
Because here they're sort of like, I'm Rod Serling voice explaining to you what's going on or giving you information that you're not going to get otherwise. Whereas in other shows, it's kind of more like vibe setting or like transition fodder. It's almost like a piece of music as opposed to like a plot thing. But yeah, it's that, and it's the music, and it's the like, oh, something creepy's happening, that all felt very Twilight Zone, but in space. Yeah, so this lady, you know, she can look like somebody that you want her to look like. Whoa, I was reading your mind. Oh my god, give me that salt. I love this concept of salt. So something wanting salt. That's fun to me.
It's a very 1960s understanding of like what's in space. Is like not like space elements like uranium. It's like, nah, I think there's just salt up there. Like it's kind of accurate. There are places that just have a lot of organic matter and salt. That's fine. That makes sense that there's a creature who just wants that.
Yeah. And it is, you know, within it, there's this, like a Twilight Zone episode, where you're sort of like, okay, this is really campy and dumb, but within it is this kind of haunting concept of this woman, Nancy, was, you know, with Dr. Crater, and then was actually killed by this salt monster who at one point I referred to as Salt Bay in my notes, and I felt very funny.
Good work. You were
that.
Yep.
Was actually killed by Salt Bay like a year ago. And then you're like, oh, it's not just that this monster replaced Nancy and Dr. Crater didn't know. He was then carrying on a domestic relationship with a shape-shifting monster who had taken the form of the lover of his that it killed. And he had kind of settled into this like new normal with this creature where that's just what my life is now. And you're like, whoa, okay, Dr. Crater, that's kind of funky and interesting. And Kirk's like, you fucking freak. I bet you love that shit. I bet you make that monster turn into whoever you want, you nasty freak. And that's interesting. That's really strange and interesting. Okay.
I love Kirk. Can I come out and say that early? He's so
Kirk is fun. Yeah, let's talk about the crew here. Kirk is a fun
yeah.
guy.
There's not too much like note wise in this first one, but it is a fun like picture of all the crew. I think that's why it makes a good pilot actually.
You get
'Cause
everyone's vibe. Yeah.
we even get a little bit of Sulu, which we need more, way more Sulu, please, 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 please.
Yes. Yes.
Kirk, as in comparison to the ones I can pull from, like Cisco and Picard,
Picard. Yeah.
it's not just punch first, ask questions later. It is that, but it's also this sort of like smile, like that's fucking weird, dude. Why are you like that? Like he just kind of like takes joy in like acknowledging how weird the outside world is. Like he is in a lot of ways like the quintessential Starfleet captain who's like genuinely like knows some stuff but accepts that he doesn't know everything, and when something's weird he comes at it head on. He knows he has a strong moral center, which is I think where a lot of the morality play of this show comes from, is Kirk being like, you know, these final monologues of like, don't you understand, don't you just want to love, aren't humans capable of love? And like I love those are where I'm like, I love Kirk as a character. I think he's great. But for a lot of the episode it's, damn, that lady's really hot, or damn, that guy's crazy, that's weird, I'm gonna shoot that thing. It just like does not question it. And then Picard is like, you know, am I the product of my environment or this or that? And then Cisco is like, am I a prophet? Do I deserve this role? And Picard is like, that's weird. Can we all look at that point and laugh at that guy? That guy's fucking, I'm gonna shoot that thing. It's very simple. He's a simple guy, but that is Kirk. Like even into later kid, it's not just because it's the 60s. Like that's Kirk. He's a simple guy.
Yeah, I found him a very intriguing character because in a lot of ways, like he doesn't feel like a captain to me in the sense that he feels like an adventurer. He feels like somebody who is exploring, who is on the frontier. He feels very cowboy-like to me. Which makes sense given like the genre influences. He feels like the protagonist of a dime store novel who's like visiting a planet for the first time or whatever. But Picard and Cisco, I think by the time that we get to them, our understanding of Starfleet as an organization is much more well established, and we more thoroughly understand those guys as military men in this larger system. And they operate kind of with like this awareness of their own responsibility that they have. And there's moments where Kirk is sort of like, these people are gonna die, and oh, it's hard to be the captain. But it always kind of feels like he's more just bummed that he can't have more fun because he's the captain. As opposed to like feeling like that is an important responsibility to take on. And I think he's just really a big thing that's going on here is relative to his crew mates. Kirk is pretty young. Like he's a peer of Spock's and McCoy's. He's younger than McCoy, it seems like. Like the paternal figure is McCoy. Whereas in TNG, the paternal figure is Picard. He's captain and he's like everybody's dad, kind of. He's the most serious guy, the most responsible, the most diplomatic. And Picard will like go off half-cocked and make a big decision. But when he does that, you get this sense of like, oh, things are really serious now. As opposed to Kirk, it seems like every episode he's like, Spock, what do you think about this? Fuck you, Spock. I'm gonna do it my way. Like, characters are always like, dude, why did you ask my opinion? And Kirk is like, because I'm the captain, baby. I can ask your opinion and then tell you to go fuck yourself because I'm the captain. And that's just like how he does.
Do you want some ages? Do you want some actual numbers for how old people are?
Yeah, well, I know that Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner were both born in 1931. So they're basically the same age.
But I mean characters. This makes what you just said
character
way funnier.
Ages, sure. Yeah, character ages.
Okay, Spock is 35 years old at the start of the show.
Okay,
McCoy's 38.
Okay,
ready? James T. Kirk is 32. You are the same age as James T. Kirk in season 1
Yeah.
Star Trek TOS.
That's funny.
So this is a 32-year-old
that
being like,
reads.
okay, yeah, all right, Unc, what do you think? And they're like, I think you should do the logical thing. And he's like, shut the fuck up. No, I'm gonna like stupid.
Yeah. That reads, and I think part of what's at play in kind of the crafting of the character here is the sort of his genre influences. I think it's also like a lot of the creatives of Star Trek TOS came of age during World War II, right?
Yes.
Like Gene Roddenberry is born in 1921. And so when he's in his 20s, World War II is happening in the world. And probably there were a lot of people, young men, who in World War II were thrust into these kind of leadership positions at an age that to us would be like, what the fuck? Like, you're putting me in charge of a submarine? I'm still trying to figure out how to buy groceries. Like, I'm not ready for that responsibility.
Gene was in the Air Corps,
so,
if I'm not mistaken. He was like a pilot.
I believe that's correct. And so probably to the creators of the show, like a 32-year-old captain who's the boss of these other guys would make sense, because it's like, okay, this person is like drafted into conflict and is newer to it. And of course, like these older guys who are like the science officer and the doctor are going to be older because maybe they were kind of already professionals along those paths who then kind of got pulled into a military context for whatever reason. But then when you get to the 90s, you don't have a war that's like pulling people into military service at that same age in that same way. And so the leaders and the captains are going to be people like Picard, who are like in their 50s and have been officers for decades and decades. And so that makes more sense. So I think that's a big part of what's at play here, and what makes the ensembles feel very different, because it's like Kirk's captain, but he also knows that he's younger than these guys. So he's kind of always like in a conversation with Spock and McCoy, who both know that they're older and wiser than Kirk. And so they're like, okay, we have to give him advice.
But he's the boss.
He is the boss and he's the captain, and we're wise enough to know that we can't undermine him because that's a problem, but we're gonna like tell him how things are all the time. So it's fun that it's different from things that we've seen.
Yeah, it's funny. It brings me to talking about Spock really quick, who is my favorite character so far with a gun. I've always liked Spock. This portrayal of Spock is so spot on. And not only is he like, my boss is younger than me, that's so annoying, I also kind of love my boss. And also 10 years ago I had another dumbass boss who died. This is happening again. I fucking hate this job. Why can't anybody ever goddamn listen to me, please, for the love of Christ? Also, why does Kirk keep staring at me? Why does he have such pretty eyes? Oh no. Gay panic setting in. Spock is so fucking funny, Magellan. It just, I didn't expect him to be the comic relief of the show. And it's all in Nimoy's eyes. It's all in, like, Kirk says the dumbest thing in the world. He just goes, and please, listener, you should watch the video version on YouTube if you can't see me. Just going like, all right. Like, you're going to do the stupidest thing ever.
There's
I told you what to do.
Many close-ups that are just on the eyebrow raise. And he's like, okay.
I need a montage. I need a montage of every Spock eyebrow raise. There's so and not only are they always funny, every end of the episode is Kirk going like, shit's fucked up, eh, Spock? And Spock's like, yes, Captain. Agreed. Shit is fucked up. Credits.
Yeah.
It's, the third relation is so fucking funny. Of course, this is one of the first major gay ships of like history. Is like, yeah, you see these two together and they're electric. They're just so fucking funny with each other. And it has nothing to do with the plots of the episodes. It's just like, Spock knows how this guy works. He knows how Kirk's brain works, and he will be dragged into these stupid plans over and over again. It is a beautiful pairing, and I'm obsessed with it.
Yeah. and they figure out really early on what's compelling about Spock, which is he's, and there's like whatever kind of weird like race stuff with like half and half and how we're thinking about that. But Spock is raised in Vulcan society, and he is like, I'm a Vulcan, but I also know that my mother was human, and I have like some suspicion that that means something different about me. So I'm going to lean even harder into the Vulcan stuff.
Yeah.
And kind of like overdo this, like, well, on Vulcan, we do this. And actually, I don't have any emotions at all. And don't look any closer at me because I don't feel stuff.
Did
and of
Amanda?
course we know
This is what
that
Amanda pointed out. Like, does there have to be an autistic character in every series of Star Trek?
She didn't say does there have to be. She said so. There's always one autistic person per season,
Yeah.
which is a funny thing. Because we've had Data, we've had Odo, and here we have Spock, and each of them is like the autistic representation in a different way, which is fun.
Yeah.
And for Spock, it's sort of the autistic representation of like, okay, my like internal conflict is kind of confusing and scary to me and hard to connect with. Everybody's going to see me as like apathetic anyway. So I'm just going to claim that. Like, yeah, I actually don't feel stuff and I don't care. And everything that I think and say is totally logical.
Yeah.
And kind of like delude myself. But then we as a viewer know, like, okay, Spock, but what are you
You're
sad
feeling
about in there,
things.
buddy? Yeah, what are you feeling? And you can also tell through his relationship with Kirk, the fact that he has such affection and respect for him is like, well, you don't actually think emotions are dumb. You kind of like talk a big game, but you work for the most like impulsive hotshot guy that there is.
Yeah.
And you like him. So there's more to it than that. And that's pretty cool, I think.
There's a scene in the end of this episode. It's one of my notes here where they're like, that's not Nancy, that's a salt monster. And they're like, no, that's Nancy, that's my love. And then Spock, not Kirk, goes, if it were Nancy, could it take this? And he just slaps her like 8 times. And I was like, oh my God, they're already rubbing off on each other. He's already doing a Kirk thing of like slap first. But he does it because he knows. At this point, there's like no debate about it. Yeah, I think I have some other notes on this one before we move on. I think we should like get through them though. There's this beautiful. Sorry, you have a point?
Well, just we haven't talked about Dr. McCoy, who's kind of the third
cast,
the trifecta.
Have you ever had an older coworker?
He is that. He is that.
He's just tired. He's just tired. Don't make me do this. I don't want to work. I hate you guys so much.
I love Bones. I think he's my favorite of the 3.
That's fair.
Because every scene that he's in, it's like, first of all, he's in his very shiny short sleeve version of the Starfleet uniform, which of all the variations of the Starfleet uniform, and there are many in these episodes, that's one of my favorite to look at because it just looks kind of dumb but kind of cool. And he's leaning against something and you're like, wait a minute, aren't you the head doctor? Why are you not in the med bay right now? And he just kind of sitting, scowling, listening. And then he's like, well, have you considered not being such a dumbass about this and maybe doing it this way instead?
No, I haven't considered
and
that.
Then everyone's like, Kirk's like, fuck you, Bones. And Spock is like, Bones, fuck you. I'm glad I'm nothing like you. I hate you so much. Let's get dinner later because you're my best friend.
That's so accurate.
And Bones is like, all right, well, if you want to be mean about it, I guess that's fine.
These 3 divas are so mean to each other. But yeah, Bones hates everyone. He's like 3 seconds from retiring and shooting up the place. He's just such an angry person. I love him. Sweaty, grumpy, but because he's right, and it does come from a place of like, I'm annoyed with you guys and I hate you, but also like, all right, You're my best
Mhm.
friends. I appreciate you. And that's why
Mhm.
I think it matters a lot when he comes on the TNG pilot. It's like, oh my God, Bones is here. And he like speaks fondly of Starfleet. It's like, this is the
Mm.
guy who comes back and goes like, we had some good adventures. The guy who during said adventures was like, get me out of here.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, so that's our main crew. Of course, we have Uhura, who hasn't had a lot of time to do much beyond the classic yes captain, no captain. The communicator isn't working. They're sending us a message, captain. But we love Nichelle Nichols. She's awesome.
There's also the moment where she speaks Swahili in this
In this one,
episode.
amazing. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
That
God,
was cool. Like when the Salt Bay becomes a guy who can speak Swahili, and you're like, okay, Star Trek, cool. Yeah, do that.
yeah, why
I
not?
thought that was awesome.
Yep, that's her best moment. And then we have Sulu, who has his time to
Oh,
shine in these episodes, not in this one, but just a
oh.
gem. Just a gem of a person. He does have that scene in this where we find out that he likes doing like botany, and one of his plants, which you noted is clearly a guy with a glove under the table going "Meow, meow,
The
meow."
puppet.
Takes his hand on the table and goes "Meow, meow, 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 meow."
Yeah.
Sulu's delightful. He's so cute. He's
I
so
love George Takei so much.
How did we not know? How was he able to be in the closet? I don't
How is he able to be this gay
in the
in the
closet.
public eye? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm happy for him. I'm glad whatever, he's
Yeah.
he's an amazing person. But yeah, he's
No,
so
but he's
funny.
absolutely queening out every single moment, and
Every
we
scene.
love it so much.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have some quick hits on this one before we move on.
Yeah.
Of course, freaky noises from Sulu's plant are just great. Just going like rah,
Mhm.
rah, rah. So much to how the sound work on the show is amazing. You talked about on Xena how sometimes they'd have the sound team that just did crazy noises. This show is all the
Mhm.
crazy noises. Even the
Yep.
ambient sounds are crazy because like in TNG you have the ship noise, right? I used to
Mhm.
I once went viral on Reddit because I posted a 12-hour cut of the TNG ship noise. That's true. On TOS, the default ship noise is going, and it's like, can you shut up? Who is doing that? And then even the doors go like, it like feels it's such a loud ship. I kind of love it, but it's never quiet.
As part of my day job, I end up going to a lot of different schools,
Yeah.
and you know, nowadays, since this can be done digitally, every school has their own like bell sound, as opposed to there being, an actual bell that's like dinging, ringing,
Hitting,
whatever.
yeah.
And so you go to some schools, and it's like, oh God, what an unpleasant sound to choose. And then others where it's just this single like boom chime,
Yeah.
and you're like, is that I'm not even noticing that. And there's this one alarm sound on TOS that's just like ooh, ooh. It's like, is there a problem? Am I supposed to be alerted by this?
Yeah.
It's really funny.
Klaxons, bleep, blorps, and schlorps, they're all good. But it's a very loud show. Quick other notes. Kind of crazy how many Starfleet crew just die. Like die.
Yeah.
Not this is the constant of red shirts before there were red shirts.
Amanda was like, wow, a lot of people die under Kirk's watch. Like, he's not a very good captain.
Yeah. If that's how you judge it, then yes, I agree. I noted the scene where Spock beats the shit out of the salt alien. I cracked up laughing hard. It's one point where they're like, we have to get the truth out of this thing. I recommend we use the truth serum, Captain. You can't do that. You're not allowed to have a truth. Stop breaking the rules that you didn't even set yet. This show does that all the time, and I'm fine with it. But there's an episode later where they go, oh shit, we invented time travel. Anyways, don't worry about it. You're like, no. Don't do that.
I know.
You can't just say we invented time travel. We can't just have a truth serum. That's cheating.
Yeah, but again, like, what reference point do they have? If your reference point is like the Twilight Zone or radio plays or whatever, what concept is there of we need to be internally consistent?
You're right, that's true. No one's holding them to a standard or anything like that,
as far as they know.
You're right.
Then
right.
Of course, later there's probably fan mail of like, you came up with a truth serum and you never used it again.
Right. My last quick note: this episode centers around this metaphor of the buffalo, the last buffalo in endangerment, and how it protects itself no matter what, and how they compare the Saul monster to that because like it's the last of its kind, I think. I think it's really there's something beautiful about that, and they reference it at the very tail of the episode, and it's like, oh, we're supposed to feel a little bit bad for this. He says, "I'm reminded of the buffalo," and you're like, damn, yeah, we really are just killing the last of a race. Anyways, we don't have a prime directive right now. Don't worry about it. Done.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Another thing that I really enjoy about this, at least this first half of the first season, they kind of rotate out these like Gregs, for lack of a better word, on the bridge, who are there sitting at navigation or whatever, or are like the yellow shirt who's with them on the planet and stuff. And it's usually dudes who are there to be bad for the good guys to then be like, hey man, chill
Don't
out.
do that.
And so there's like this guy, crewman Darnell, who gets to come with them to go talk to Crater and Nancy. And Darnell's like, I swear, she's like a girl that I saw at Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. And Kirk is like, can you go outside, Darnell? Like, please stop. I love how often they create these dudes to be like, I suck. And then Kirk's like, stop. Just go away.
Go away. You're not
You're
cool.
really annoying.
You're not the guy. I'm the guy.
Yeah.
He will come back a lot. That actor will come back a lot, by the way.
Didn't he die? I thought he got his salt sucked out.
He did. The actor will come back. Darnell's
the
gone.
actor comes back.
Yes.
Darnell's dead, yeah.
Also, speaking of like, they clearly just meant it as like a throwaway line. Wrigley's Pleasure Planet was intended to be used on Star Trek Enterprise, and then they were like, that sounds really dumb. Let's just go to Ryza. So this is just like Ryza before anybody wrote the word Ryza down on paper was Wrigley's. Yes, which does sound really dumb. I agree. Wrigley's Treasure Planet's not a real thing. So it doesn't exist anywhere else.
Yeah. Let's put this one. It's like a C. I don't know. There's better ones.
I think that's perfect. I was gonna say C if we want to set our bar. So this is the middle of the road.
It's like a fine episode, whatever.
So next up we have Charlie X, which is in theory a really interesting episode about a young boy who is brought onto the Enterprise after surviving like the murder of like his family and like a bunch of people on his planet. He's brought on by these guys, and we notice quickly that this young boy Charlie is a little bit strange. He misses a lot of social cues. He seems very hormonal, and he doesn't know how to be around people. He literally hasn't been around people. That also happens to intersect with the fact that he has powers, the power to disappear people, and we start to worry. Are you partly responsible for why there is not around you? This is very similar to a classic Twilight Zone episode, which I think featured the guy who played Lanier on Babylon 5. Don't quote me on that. Bill Mumi might have been on a great episode of Twilight Zone that's like this. The majority of Charlie X is Picard. I'm sorry. I'm going to execute myself. The majority of the episode is Kirk being like, you gotta be an adult. You gotta be normal to women. And then we're introduced to Yeoman Rand, Janice Rand, who, poor Janice.
She deserves so much better than what the show gives her. Oh my God.
She's creeped on by him. She's threatened by him, and she's almost disappeared. He starts disappearing half the damn crew, but for some reason he can never say no to Kirk. He can't disappear Kirk. He just feels this level of respect. Charlie does things like disappears people's faces, disappears them from the world, turns them into iguanas, blows up their communicator consoles. This guy's clearly such a menace. They consider keeping him around, and then before they get to make that decision, an alien race called the Thasians say that he was a test, and we kept him alive on purpose. We thought that it would be worth keeping this guy alive to see if it was worth, his life. We're giving up to you guys to make the decision. Or no, they don't. I think they just like kill him.
They just take him, yeah.
Or they take him, yeah. And then, because there's a lot of like even Rand being like, shouldn't we be fair? Like this is a person. This is a guy person. I don't care if he's omnipowerful. And the Thasians are like, he gets more powerful like every day. This is not tenable. He will ruin the world if we keep him alive. We can't do this. Down the plate.
Yeah, this one, it's like, where do you even start talking about gender in Star Trek TOS? Like, I don't even know where to begin or why or how.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but so many of the episodes, especially in this stretch, it feels like a driving narrative device or theme is the dangers of male desire.
Yeah.
Like, even in that first episode, part of the issue is that McCoy is just so happy to be reunited with this woman who he used to love that he's like, I don't even care if she's a salt monster because I'm just so into her. And in this episode, Charlie, it's like he doesn't understand women and being attracted to them and how to interact with them. And that's this
Mm-hmm.
problem. Um, and in some ways, this episode, like the fact that the show is interested in that theme
Mm-hmm.
might seem to indicate that there's something there, like an awareness there that's good,
Mm-hmm.
of being like, okay, we have this guy who's like being really creepy with Yeoman Rand, and we get this pretty realistic depiction of her trying to go to her superiors, and her superiors being like, come on, I mean, what's the problem? Whatever. And then it is a problem that we try to address. We have Kirk trying to be a good role model and textually being bad at being a good role model, and there being bad ramifications for that. um but it just like isn't quite aware enough
Mm-hmm.
of that to feel like it's doing something.
Mm-hmm.
um and the whole time, every time Janice tries to say something, somebody cuts her off. And also she's in the like stupid skirt outfit, and like every time one of the women in the Starfleet skirt is running away from the camera, you can see like the underpants that are the same color.
Right.
And it's like, what are we even talking about, guys?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
um and there's just this like fundamental, and I was talking to Amanda about this a little bit. There's this fundamental, like, amongst the men on the show, feeling of, oh, women are this other people from
Mm-hmm.
us. Like the woman, what a creature the woman is,
The
or like,
magic of
what a,
female.
how do you talk to a female, or da 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 da. And it got me thinking, like, I think a big part of that I'm having to kind of reaccess the context for this is like the social like split between genders was so much more rigidly enforced in
Yeah.
this time, and not just socially but structurally, because again, if so many of the people who are working on this show came of age during World War II,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about how sharp of a divide there is between men's position in society and women's, and how many of the men in American society who are now in the 60s, adults, probably had formative years where they like didn't have a woman to talk to,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
except for maybe women who they met in Europe who didn't speak English or whatever, right? um
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Or just like so much of their social interaction was with other young men soldiers who are like, I got a lady back home and I'm gonna fuck her, and this is how you have sex with a lady, guys. Let me tell you
Mm-hmm.
about women. Um, but every man is like so weird about women in the show. And I think that's a big part of it. Is kind of the social dynamics. And it's interesting to see how those social dynamics then kind of like reproduce patriarchy. And yeah. um I don't know.
It's a
We're
very gender episode. If you're gonna ask me what's my
super
take.
gender. Yeah, I was gonna ask you what you think about the gender of it all.
I think when I imagined the target audience of this episode, which is also young men, the
Yeah.
scenes where Kirk is like, here's how you need to talk to women. Actually,
Mhm.
I get my charitable read is like, yeah, this is like a pretty good, like, sit the kids down and tell them, talk to them explicitly, because I see a metaphor
Mhm.
in Charlie X about a boy who is going through puberty and being,
Mhm.
isn't it, he says, what if you care for someone, what do you do? Like, I have
Mhm.
feelings for a woman, I care about Janice Rand. And then Kirk's answer is, you go slow. Like, this
Right.
whole, like, I want to touch you, I want to do things with you, he's like never going to work. And this is coming from like the most debonair guy of all time. And even he's saying, like, you dial it back and you act nice and you listen and you, like,
Mhm.
respond to what they want. And it's like, that's what I think a lot of young boys needed to hear. So
Yeah.
I agree with you that, like, there's this weird portrayal of gender, but there's also this moralizing of, like, masculinity, that it has to be something safe because they understand its power in society and
Right.
are trying to instruct the next generation of young men to, like, not be like this.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do think that is something I appreciated about the episode, and something that feels like it isn't working properly in our society today. Like, it feels like we're sort of seeing the spinning out of these homosocial male spaces that are about kind of like nursing resentment. um and like maybe that was the case at this time too, and Star Trek is trying to imagine a better version of that, or like how can you be a good role model, or how can you be in Kirk's position and do the right thing. um so I agree with you that there's like a good idea here. um
They
it's
try to
just
do
like no.
it's wrapped in bad stuff. They try to do everything they can for him. They try. That's
Yeah.
what I like about this episode, is it is them trying. There's a part where Rand is like, hey, here's a girl who's your age, her name's Tina, would you like to meet her and talk to her like an adult? And he's like, fuck you, Tina, I want Janice. Janice, let me see your pants,
Mhm.
I want to give you a gift. And it's like, poor Tina, this, like, fucking 13-year-old girl who's on the Enterprise just being told to go fuck off by another weird kid. Like, come on.
Mhm.
It's not just the adult women, it's just like every woman on the show just gets, like, tossed out. And this is like, the point is, like, it's not fair, we tried to give you what you wanted and you're not taking it. There's even that great scene where Kirk is trying to teach Charlie how to do stunts. He's like teaching him how to be a
Mhm.
Starfleet captain for a sec, which of course means that he has to be shirtless and wearing the tightest pants of all time, fully showing us William Shatner's penis through that bulge, like, fully.
Yep. Yep.
I've now seen William Shatner's entire hog. And you
Mhm.
too can watch it if you watch Charlie X on the internet. Um,
Mhm.
But in that scene, another guy laughs at Charlie for failing to do the stunt, and then he disappears him. And it's like, I do see some sort of metaphor in here about the troubled child who's like, if you just listened to him, he would have been okay. Like, if you just, like, treated him like he wanted to be treated and heard him out. I sympathize a little bit with
Mhm.
Charlie in this one. I think it's
Mhm.
also just so sad how he goes, that these aliens completely decided his fate and are like, yeah, this kid's never going to be safe. And
Yeah.
he can't exist in this world just because he makes a funny face whenever he disappears people like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we see I think the other thing that I appreciated about the plot here is that we see the failure, like we see the attempt to create a space by men and for men that is nurturing and positive, and we see that fail. Like,
Yes.
Kirk does not do a good job. He's awkward and self-conscious about it. The first thing that he says to Charlie is, well, Charlie, there's no right way to hit a woman.
Yeah.
Which is just like
Ah.
a wild line, and I think is intentionally written as like, oh, that's bad, that's really a bad way to say that advice.
Right.
um and
Kirk
then
is not good
he
at this.
no, and when he says, you go slow, you be gentle, like you said, that's great advice. And then Charlie's like, okay, but it's hard. And Kirk says, well, there are a million things in this universe you can have and a million things you can't have. And Charlie's like, what do I do? Kirk says, hang on tight and survive. Um, which is really, again, a bad way to give that advice. And I think gives us a little bit of insight into Kirk, who hasn't had a good version of that advice given to him, and the way that
Yeah.
he's dealing with, like, he has feelings for Yeoman Rand as well,
Mm-hmm.
is he's just like bottling it up, crushing it down, denying it, suffering, not talking to anybody. So he isn't equipped to be the role model that Charlie
Mm-hmm.
X needs. And I think that's there in the text,
Mm-hmm.
uh, which is something to appreciate about it.
I think this episode. Do you have any other notes on it before we rate it?
Some little random things.
Okay.
We see the green shirt, Kirk's green shirt.
Yeah, the classic with the frill on the sides. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
gold fringe.
That's a fun shirt.
Mm-hmm. Love it.
At the beginning in the narration, Amanda says 5-year mission.
Must have been grant funded.
That's an. Well, that was my joke.
I stole it from you.
Why would you steal my joke?
Because I'm a bad person sometimes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said, I guess so. It must have been grant funded.
Oh, you said that. Okay.
I said that. And Amanda paused and she was like, Magellan, that was really funny.
Oh!
I was like, whoa, all right.
Everybody give Magellan his flowers for that one. I don't take any credit for the joke.
Thank you. Amanda also said Charlie X. Oh my God, it's Kyle XY. This is where Kyle XY came from.
Which led to me reading the entire plot of Kyle XY to see if I could understand the joke more before realizing she just meant Charlie X, Kyle
Just
XY.
the X, just the letter X.
You know, I want Amanda to know I read the entire plot synopsis of Kyle X. So I was like, I'll get it. I'll feel like a stronger bond with Amanda and we'll like laugh about this joke together. There's nothing there. I thought she was going to say that's where Charlie XCX came from.
That's good too. This episode is the first appearance of my favorite prop, which is in the med bay. There's the thing that you use with your legs on the wall. The like blocks that you put your legs against and go like this.
Sure.
It's like that's what they think exercise will be like in the future. It's just this weird leg thing on the wall. I love that thing.
I love the med bay. It's weird little meters, and when they're center, you know the person's good. It doesn't mean anything.
Spock is the scene where Spock is playing the harp in the mess hall, and then Uhura is like improvising a song to make fun of him, and then she makes fun of Charlie when that scene is so good.
Best
and Spock the whole time is like, all right, I was just trying to riff, I'll keep playing, but this feels mean. I love Uhura being just like a little chaos gremlin. And Nichelle Nichols singing is really fun. So I like that scene a lot.
When TOS gets to briefly be a hangout show, it's like the best show ever made. It's just them playing music and
they need more hangout show. They just didn't know that was a genre that they could do.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what do we rank this one?
Oh, I just wanted to point out this episode has the first appearance of 4D chess.
Yes,
we say the term 4D chess a lot. This is when we first literally saw it. Some background of a shot here.
It's actually 3D chess here, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think they refer to it as 3D chess.
I believe that. It's right. 2 layers of chess. So yeah, I don't know.
It's extra chess.
I don't even want to say that because I'm like seeing the paragraph of correction right now, and I'm like, okay, thank you guys. I do want to be right about this eventually.
It's extra chess. They're doing more chess, and it's fun. I think this is a B. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think better than the last one. So yeah, I think it's a B.
Yeah, Charlie XCX. Okay, all right. Naked time. No, sorry, not yet. Where No Man Has Gone Before. We have pretty extensive thoughts on this when we piloted this show for our Patreon, so we don't need to get too deep into it this time around. But any new kind of insights, having watched 2 other Star Trek series after watching this for the first time?
The older guy in this looks like Dr. Kelso. In fact, I probably said that in the original discussion.
I think you might have. That feels familiar to me.
Right. I love that ESP is a thing. Like just another thing that's like, you can't just do that. Oh, okay, we're just gonna have ESP be a thing. People have that. That's fine. I noted, this is definitely something I didn't say before. Kirk is talking to the Esper guy in the med bay, and there's this hum that's like a drum, like a boom 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 boom, and I was like, what a clever bit of soundtrack that like adds tension as a drum. And then we turn to the right, and I realize that it's his heart monitor, and I go, oh, that's actually still cool. That's actually cool that the heart monitor makes such a loud, distinctive noise. What else? I wrote, this guy is what happens when you give too many thoughts and prayers to your grandpa. He just got too powerful. I love Kirk's speech at the end. Above all else, a god needs compassion. I disagree. I don't think that's what that's what most gods say. I get why you said that. It's a good line, but again, the best thing about Kirk is that he's not always right. He's not the perfect moral guy. He just says things. I love that he ends it and says, I want them to have honorable burials. I think that both Esperis did bad things, and we're going to give them an honorable burial and move on. And then Kirk turning to Spock and going, I think there may be hope for you too. Just mean. Cute. Just a mean and cute thing to say to your boyfriend.
Yeah. I just kind of have a couple random thoughts on this one. It like didn't really strike me much as an episode the second time watching it. Like I wasn't like, oh my god, this was amazing or bad. It was kind of just fine. But some things that I really enjoyed about it. First of all, the inconsistency of the Starfleet uniforms in this season is really delightful to me. The fact that in this episode now suddenly Spock has like a beige turtleneck on for no reason. I love it. I love that sometimes we're wearing different shirts. It's fun. Yeah, Kirk's just always like laughing at people. Like Spock. Oh my god, Spock.
You weirdo. Go kiss me.
Something that, having seen TNG and Deep Space Nine, that I had a deeper appreciation for, because we talked about Denise Crosby from TNG, who played Tasha Yar.
Yes, good job.
And how she partly wanted to leave the show because she's like, well, I didn't want to say yes, Captain, no, Captain for several years. And watching TOS and thinking like, okay, this is what she probably watched to be like, okay, what is Star Trek? And seeing Rand or any of the other women who literally do that, who stand next to Kirk and he's like, go get me a cup of coffee, or like, bring this message to McCoy, and watching them say yes, Captain, yes, no, Captain. It's like, I have an even deeper appreciation for Denise Crosby being like, no,
that's not a job I want
to do that. Because literally there's a point where there's a woman here and the only line that she has is Kirk calls her by the wrong name, and then she's like, you got my name wrong. And he's like, okay, well, if you could just kind of get out of the frame of the shot now so we can continue the episode.
Go away, please.
And then it like cuts. There's also this moment where she's then standing behind the guy who's at navigation, who I think is Gary Mitchell, and he reaches back to kind of grab her hand for comfort in this way where she's sort of like, okay, I guess this is my job now, to hold your hand. And it sucks. It just sucks. Like, they just have women kind of walking around doing stuff on this ship that in TNG the computer just does, you know?
Literally. Tasks.
But they couldn't imagine a future without secretaries, I guess, or something. It's just a weird vibe. I was thinking one of the things that I'm appreciating the most about watching TNG or TOS is that I'm going to have even more takes for when the Star Trek Magic set comes out in December.
Yeah, you are.
And the word Esper is the name of a color combination in Magic. So I wonder if they're going to do something with that. We'll see.
I hope so. Esper's also thinking Final Fantasy VI.
True. That's true.
Which is in Magic.
In this episode, Gary Mitchell establishes for us that Kirk was a teacher at Starfleet Academy, which we don't really mention anywhere else yet, but that's something I'd like to hear more about. He apparently was a big reader. He liked to read books. Watch out for Lieutenant Kirk in his class. You either think or sink. Some other guy is the doctor. No bones yet. But there is this woman who's the first in a line of many women who are either brought on the episodes to be doughy-eyed towards Kirk or to have the wrong opinion.
Yeah, be wrong.
So at one point she says, well, hold on, guys. Like, a mutated superior man could also be a wonderful thing. And everyone at the table is like, girl, what are you talking about? No, this doesn't make sense. Yeah. And then, of course, Kirk has a big ray gun, and we rip off the shoulder of his shirt because it's science fiction. So we have to. We got to get more pulpy kind of sci-fi stuff like that. I want to see barren planets with nothing on them, big ray guns, and everybody's shirt gets ripped at the shoulder. That's what I'm looking for.
Rocks made of styrofoam, big ugly guy in a suit.
Rocks. Yes. Monologues. That's what I want.
We will get that. We will get.
All right, Where No Man Has Gone Before. What would you rate it?
I think this is a high B for me.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Ooh, this season we're gonna get the most classic. Like very soon in season 1, part 2, we're gonna get What You Want when we watch Arena.
Great. Perfect. Is that the one where they fight?
Yeah, it's still the Gorn episode. Arena, the one where they fight. I got that. That was funny.
Let's talk about Naked Time.
Finally, dude, this episode could have been so horny.
Yeah,
and it could have been way worse.
Not as horny as I wanted it to be. Yeah.
The Naked Now from TNG season 1 is technically a nod to this one. In the Naked Time, a chemical ends up on board the ship that transmits by touch that makes people act like they are heavily intoxicated. Because this is the 1960s, TOS does have a reputation for being horny. Horny meant something different. It didn't mean people talking about sex and wanting to have sex. It meant like people just like being kind of loose and silly with it. Because it's like, this is still like, Christian broadcasting, like this is a good wholesome show that can't have like boning on it. So instead we get like some shirtless Sulu deciding he wants to be a fencer, like in the Three Musketeers. We get an Irish guy being really Irish and loud and singing. We get one guy who's like, I don't want to give up the microphone. Let me talk on the microphone. Like, just goofy. This is a really fun, silly episode. I thought this was going to be so annoying and like, yeah, horny and sexual. Also, the introduction of my favorite TOS side character, Nurse Chapel, played by Majel Barrett.
Yeah, she's great in this. Yeah, it's a little bit all over the map with like what emotion are the characters going to experience a heightened version of in a way that's kind of hard to follow, because you're like, okay, if it's just that we're drunk, why would it be so hard for people to like fight against it? Like the Naked Now, as ridiculous of an episode as it is, you understand, okay, everybody's fucking, like even Data's fucking fully functional. I understand what's happening. Yes. And in the Naked Time, it's like, okay, everybody is something is kind of what's going on here. Like Riley is singing and Kirk is sad and Sulu, like you said, is fencing. So there's a lot of fun little bits. And it's sort of just a strange episode.
It has the first ever appearance of the Vulcan nerve pinch.
Yes, it does. That's right.
Xena Warrior Princess invented nothing, although fundamentally different than the Vulcan nerve pinch, because the Vulcan nerve pinch is Spock can simply pinch your neck and you pass out instantly. Xena at least can get information out of people because she gets 30 seconds to like interrogate them. So that's an important difference. There was a really great piece of trivia about this one, I think, from that Ryan posted in our Discord. Here it is. Okay, John D.F. Black came up with Sulu's berserk scenes without specifying the weapon to be used. Unable to decide between a samurai sword or a fencing foil, he left the choice to George Takei, who picked the latter with the thought that by the 23rd century, humanity would have developed to a point where, in terms of culture, people would have moved beyond simply adhering to ways of their ethnic background.
Cool.
So, on one hand, George Takei being like, don't make me do the Japanese thing. I don't want to do a samurai sword. I think that's like that's a little racist. That's a little stupid. But then they're like, okay, you now need to take fencing classes to do this episode. So George Takei learned to fence for this. I just love him going,
really funny.
Get back, Richelieu. The way he says Richelieu is so cute. This is the best Sulu content you could ask for. I love it.
Yeah. It's so much funnier this way. If the bit was him running around with a samurai sword, and it's like he's Japanese hitting people with a samurai sword, it wouldn't be funny. But him being so kind of foppish and just like whoop 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 whoop, the like daintiness of the fencing,
The foil,
combined with just how frenetic and sweaty he is hilarious. I loved him in this episode.
Two more quick things.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with Spock in this. And if you watch, this is where I was like, I feel like I'm watching the prequel to something I already know. Spock has a relationship with Nurse Chapel in Strange New Worlds. They are a pairing in that show.
Oh, okay.
And so it's really interesting that this show is going like, she's like, you don't know what it's like to be married to someone, and it's like, or to be engaged. And it's like, that's mean. You guys were engaged for a minute. He's like he was in a mirror universe thing or something where you guys were engaged. He has always liked you, Nurse Chapel. You liked him, except for when you were with Corby, because Corby's also in the Strange New Worlds. So that's really weird. And it makes sense if you like headcanon also, like they didn't know. This couldn't have made sense. But yeah, Spock's version of being drunk and sad is being like, oh, I loved her. Fuck, I really, really fucked it. I ruined it. I had something with her and I ruined it. I really liked that. I found that like really tender. He's like the kind of drunk who's just like sad. Like, oh man. Or is he even, does he know? I don't think does he even catch it? Is that him sad because he caught the thing, or he's just sad because she caught it?
I mean, it's hard to tell because he's sad about whatever, what her saying that she loves him and she's sad. And then when Kirk finds him, he's like, Kirk, my dad wasn't very nice to my mom, and I'm not thinking enough about my mom. So there's probably like some mommy issues there, getting tangled up with the Nurse Chapel part. I think he's just sad.
I like that though.
I like it too. And my goodness, Majel Barrett, I was like, is that? And then they do the close up with the soft focus, and she's like, I'm sad and I'm really feeling that emotion. And you're like, oh,
there's Loxana Troy.
Don't do this to me on a third Star Trek show, please. Majel.
And, always good.
She's so good.
Were her and Gene even married at this point? Is this him being like, put my wife in the show?
I don't know.
When did Majel Barrett marry Gene Roddenberry? 1969.
So not yet.
Interesting. He was with his
She was in the pilot too, in the cage.
Also, fun fact: they married in a Shinto ceremony in Japan. We'll look into this later.
Okay. Right.
I want to think about this right now. Speaking of, we'll look into this later. This episode does in fact end with them going 3 days into the past and going, it appears we've discovered time travel. And then Spock's like, should we do something about that? And Kirk's like, no. Later. Not now. I don't have time. I want to go live these 3 days out normally. We fixed the problem. Wild. Really fun. But that's what you can do on TOS. Like you said, they're not beholden to any rules. That doesn't have to mean something later. It's freeing. Very freeing.
there's then kind of Kirk spends most of this episode not affected, and then when he is affected, he's like, this ship I give, she takes. Oh, a flesh woman to hold, a day on the beach. Like, it's the most kind of Shatner that he's been so far.
Totally.
And they do this thing where they're establishing that he's like in love with Yeoman Rand.
Yeah.
But he's the captain. He can't. And they give up on this so fast in this show. This like relationship and this idea of like the captain can't fuck. It's like, no, that's not fun actually. But it really sucks because I was reading some background on this that Janice Rand is only in kind of a handful of episodes here in the first season because it was a network note going into season 2, like, hey, the captain's supposed to have like a lot of ladies.
He can't have one girlfriend.
He can't have one girlfriend, guys. He's got to meet like a lot of sexy ladies. So there was even a someone who was like writing an episode. I forget which one, but writing a script for a season 2 episode, and one of the notes, it was like crossing out Janice Rand and being like, she's not coming back in the show. So like, don't have her in the script.
Oh man.
Yeah, it really sucks. It really, really sucks.
That's why I like the Chapel stays. It's like rare to have a woman on the show stay. You have Uhura and you have Chapel. The only one who like will stick around.
Yeah. How would we rate the Naked Time?
It's a really high B for me. It's just a little bit slower than I would like, but the parts that are good are really good. I would take an A if you wanted an A.
No, it's not an A for me.
Okay,
no,
then it's a B. It's slower than it should be. This one has the 50-minute problem.
Yeah.
Moving right along. The Enemy Within.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting little situation we got here.
I have a thought for you.
Sure.
How would you feel about just breaking the half soon?
After The Enemy Within?
Yeah.
Sure.
And then we can just do the rest on Wednesday.
Yeah, we're going a little long right now. You're right. Okay, that works.
Yeah. Because we did a lot of like setup stuff at the beginning that we won't do in the second half. So
for sure. Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Cool.
I'll cut this part out, please. Thank you. I love you. Kiss, kiss. Okay, The Enemy Within is the one where Kirk beams down to save Sulu, or he's trying to, and he comes back up, and he's been split in half. The transporter has split Captain Kirk into quote-unquote his good side and quote-unquote his bad side. And we deal with the philosophical implications of what the hell that means. Meanwhile, Sulu almost freezes to death. What a funny B-plot. Every scene of Sulu is like, it is now 2 degrees. I'm so cold. And Kirk's like, I'm trying, but I don't know how to be a captain. And then cut back to Sulu. It is minus 50 degrees. And Kirk's like, I'll get to it. And then the last one's like, Captain, it is minus 110 degrees, which is not possible. And he's, I am gonna die. I've died.
Yeah.
And Kirk's like, all right, I'll go save you. I gotta go save you. All right, we fixed it. We figured it out. We figured it out. I love the philosophical discussion here. I've always loved like what if the transporter went wrong. It's cool to see the first one ever. I think Shatner gets to play evil Kirk here really well and has a lot of fun with like, you've scratched me. It's like hyper dramatic, hyper sharply lit episode. It's dramatic, it's spicy. This is fun. This is fun to me. What do you think?
Yeah, well, just on the Sulu part real quick. George Takei's delivery of some of these very deadpan lines are fun, where they at first are talking about how the planet can get to 100 degrees below zero. He says, a bit nippy. And later, when they call him and he says it's 20 below, he says, not exactly balmy.
So good.
Really fun. Yeah, there's a lot of promise in this concept here where we get Kirk out of the transporter and he's like, hey, transporter guy, come with me. Or the transporter, it's Scotty, I think, even is like, Captain, I'm gonna take you to go sit down. He's like, don't leave the transporter room unattended. Dun dun dun. evil Kirk. And
Mhm.
I think Shatner, does an impressive job with this episode of when we need to know that evil Kirk is evil, making it very clear that he's evil by being like, hey, okay, I'm a bad guy. And then later dialing that back enough that there can be some real sort of presence and what's the word I'm looking for? Just like seriousness
Gravitas.
to, yeah, not even gravitas, just like groundedness,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
um,
Yeah.
to the sort of evil side. So that by the end of the episode, the evil side can be like, I'm actually the scared side and I want to live. Take me back. I want to live. It works. I think he plays all the shades of that and all the shades of good Kirk, who's like very moral, but also sad and doubting himself, pretty well. So some fun range
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
sure.
It's lots of scenes of that. And this almost felt like a TNG episode, right? I know TNG
Mhm,
basically did this for this episode again, but the way that they
mhm.
test if the transport is going to work, the trick of reintegrating them is they have a dog. This episode does unfortunately feature the dying of a dog, for
Mhm.
plot, but it does on a plus side feature Spock looking up from a dead dog and going, "He's dead, Jim," giving us the origin of
Mhm.
"He's dead, Jim." So, but I didn't
Mhm.
know. It's so funny seeing the origin and realizing how funny they are. Like the first Vulcan nerve pinches on Sulu for being a dumb swashbuckling idiot, and the first ever "He's dead, Jim" is like as for a dog. It's kind of great, kind of a great show actually. I wrote that
Mhm.
the evil Kirk stuff felt very Hitchcocky. It felt very like Alfred Hitchcock did this kind of like, what if two
Yeah,
people, or what is it? And all the conversations about like
yeah.
good, quote unquote, good Kirk can't lead. And Bones and Spock have to be like, yeah, because like the
Mhm.
other party is the one that makes decisions. You call it your bad half because it's impulsive and it's angry, but like you need your impulse. What would you be without your
Mm,
impulse? You would be able to ever make a decision, and that's partly why he can't rescue Sulu. He's like, I just can't like decide to do that. It's like paralyzed by a
mhm,
moral indecision. Um, I
mm.
thought that was all like actually quite interesting and thought provoking.
Yeah, I agree. I think I feel a little mixed about it, for a couple reasons. I think first, like all the stuff with evil Kirk, um, trying to rape Yeoman Rand, like
Yeah.
that is what happens
Mm-hmm.
in the episode. And then there's a lot of her trying to say to her superiors, this is what happened, and then being like, you woman, you're crazy. You don't know
Mm-hmm.
what you're talking about. Um, it's like, oh, okay, that I guess is how that would happen. This really sucks to watch on the television screen and like go through the steps of. And then for her to not kind of get a moment to then process that later in the episode, the most that happens is she's like, Captain, I wanted to say, and he's like, don't say anything. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Like, no, I kind of want her to say something. I don't know. I'd like
She
her
should
to
talk
speak.
here.
Um, so to do that and to then this way that they're sort of conflating like the id or like the darker half or the things that we're less proud of with being a sexual predator and
Yeah.
like I'm not vibing with that. I do
Mm.
think that there is something compelling about, in polite society you are asked to kind of like suppress your passions and your self-confidence because you don't want to come off as you know self-absorbed or rude or make anybody uncomfortable or whatever, but like that kind of passion and even like lustfulness for all sorts of things, like that animalistic desire to have, can be really important, and being able to connect with like, well, what do I want, and using that as a part of like identifying and living your values, there is an important message to that, because you don't get to be a great leader through like self-denial and self-suppression. But they're like giving that message tied up in this weird 60s man thing of like, look, we've all got this guy inside of us who wants to fuck all of the people who report to us. Well, we'd all like to do that. And there's nothing wrong with that, guys. Like, you need that to be a good leader.
Right.
And you're like, I don't know. Like, you're almost there. That sucks. So, yeah.
That's a good point. And then
But
just in general, a lot of the show feels like it's almost to the point I want it. I would like it to make, and it's just not making it. And it's old.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do like the sort of process of like, it's not like destroy your bad half. It's like, no, Kirk says, I have to take him back inside myself. And kind of good, kind of gay, kind of fun.
Big time, giggity, giggity. Speaking of gay, Spock has some great lines in this one. Speaking of which, of what you just said, he has that speech where he's like, I too have two halves inside of me, Captain. And he's like, how do you maintain the two of them? And he's like, through logic. I listen to the two of them. They both get to think. They exist in tandem. I exist in tandem. One wins. The smart part wins out. Let the smart part of you win out. Not the good or the bad. The smart part. Really like that. That felt very characterful for Spock and really supportive to his boyfriend. Captain. Lover. Yeah. Also, I took Magellan's joke earlier. I'm gonna shout out a joke that you made in your notes here. Carl Jung reading this episode description like eye emoji. I laughed when I read that. That's funny.
Thank you. This is an A for me, I think. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Yeah.
I have a couple quick super lightning fast ones.
Okay.
Awesome shot of Evil Kirk sticking his hand from off screen like this as he like comes in after real Kirk has left in the background. Like real Kirk and Spock go in the back, or good Kirk and Spock go in the back to take an elevator, and then Evil Kirk whoop, from the side of screen comes into frame. I just thought it was a very well directed shot. They don't wear comm badges on the show, and it shows. Like the fact that they can't just talk to each other sometimes is hilarious.
Yeah, they have to like go to the wall and press a button on the wall is really funny to me. Yeah.
Comm badges were not invented yet. That's canonical.
Yeah.
Speaking of Spock being a homosexual, he says something, he explains it, and then someone goes, "Do you have a point, Spock?" And he goes, "Yes, always, Doctor." This fucking diva. I always have a point. And lastly, speaking of gay people being funny, Sulu's literally freezing to death and says, "Do you think you could find us a string and maybe lower us a pot of coffee?" It's like, you're gonna die if that's your last words, King.
Yeah.
The TOS handle elevators that we saw in DS9 are in this episode. The little, you grab that thing to make the elevator go down. And I just like that scene where Kirk hugs his lesser half. He's like, I just don't want to die. And he hugs him. I thought that was actually really beautiful. That's why I was like, yeah, this gets a clean A. This is great. So that is the enemy within. And we will embrace our enemies within and try to become better people after this musical break. And after we hear from friend of the podcast, Emrys, with her takes on TOS. And when we come back, we'll finish up talking about season 1, part 1.
Greetings, Admiral Magellan and Commander Allen. It's Lieutenant Commander Emrys. Happy to be reaching out to you again. Looks like my plan mostly worked, and I'm now in the 2260s. And if my initial information gathering is right, you appear to be visiting this time as well, performing some historical research. Hopefully we can meet up and compare notes, but in the meantime, here are my observations so far. Season 1 of the original series, Episode 1, The Man Trap. This is a really good first episode, probably the best first episode of a Star Trek series, honestly. At least of all the ones we've reviewed so far, for sure. You get a good introduction to most of the crew, but not all of it. It's a McCoy-heavy episode, and Forrest Kelly is great in it. This is a classic-style Star Trek episode in which the crew comes across a alien life form that is becomes a threat, partially due to the necessity of its living, and partially due to the actions of a human who's helping it. This is the salt vampire, which is a well-known one. So starts a long line of creatures like this through all of the different Star Trek series. Also, it has the classic last of its kind trope. I always forget that Sulu was originally working in hydroponics in this one. It's a fun episode. The crew kind of off to the races from the start. You kind of get the feel for him pretty quickly. And, they eventually figure out the solution. But unfortunately, the salt vampire has to be killed. You get a lot of McCoy info about his past and his feelings and, his willingness and unwillingness to do certain things from this one because the vampire has taken on the identity of someone he used to know. And it's also has another classic original series thing, which is the Vulcan physiology saves Spock from the vampire, and there'll be many cases going forward of Spock's Vulcanness saving the day or saving his life. So this is an A+ tier episode to me. Great start to a series. I think, like I said, it's probably the best start of a Star Trek series that I can think of, at least. Not counting Modern Trek. I kind of consider there's a whole separate thing that can't really compare directly to this. And also, just the show looks really good. The lighting is great. The effects for the time are excellent. We're not working with a ton of money and no, obviously, computer effects and limited visual effects, and they really make it work. So moving on, episode 2 is Charlie X. This is another one. This one's that comes up a bunch, a human with special powers. In this case, it was a teenage boy who was stranded with aliens, and the aliens gave him special powers to survive, and now he's trying to come back to human society, but these powers make him have issues with that. Specifically, he's a teenager and, he doesn't have good self-control, and he has these mental powers that let him do a lot of stuff. And him being a teen, getting a crush on Yeoman Rand, and, getting him pissed that, people see him as a kid and kind of lashing out and accidentally and then purposely using those powers causes a lot of issues. He destroys the ship that he came from originally because he's worried they're going to take him away from the Enterprise, and he likes Kirk and Yeoman Rand. Then, he gets pissed at Rand when she doesn't return his affections, and there's a whole lot of other great stuff in this one. It's kind of like a classic Twilight Zone episode with the kid who sends people to the cornfield, but in the Star Trek context with the Star Trek crew trying to deal with it instead of just some hapless families. And they eventually overtax him, and then once they exhaust him, they're able to briefly get the upper hand, but before he can turn things back around, the aliens who saved him come back. And honestly, the last scene where Charlie is begging the Enterprise crew to let him stay and not to have the aliens take him back is kind of heart-wrenching. And it's just kind of like a surprisingly tragic end to the episode. And even though the kid's kind of a, bratty teenager who's caused a lot of problems and, accidentally or purposely by, lashing out in ways that teenagers normally do just with all this extra power behind it, despite all that, you kind of feel terrible for him having to go back with these incorporeal aliens being the only human there. So this one's another A for me, for sure. Which brings us on to episode 3, Where No Man's Gone Before. This was the second pilot originally, but was aired third. This one is the one with Gary Mitchell, who, when the Enterprise tries to do an expedition outside of the galaxy, they come across a barrier of energy that throws the ship back, damages the ship, and also imbues Gary and the psychiatrist with energies that enhance their mental capabilities and eventually start giving them superpowers. And as this happens, Mitchell becomes more and more inhuman, starts looking more and more down and losing his attachment to people. And there's a lot of great interactions between Kirk and Spock about what to do about this. Spock's like, we just gotta, get rid of this guy, either drop him off somewhere where he can't hurt anyone or just take him out because he is becoming a inhuman tyrant. And Kirk was good friends with Mitchell, so he doesn't want to do that, but in the end finds no choice. They drop him off at an abandoned mining colony. It's all automated, but he wakes up before they can leave, and Kirk has to try and stop him, and eventually, with the help of the psychiatrist, has to kill him. And Kirk's whole acting and interaction on this is pretty well done. I know people a lot of times make fun of Shatner, but this episode I feel like he does a good job of being conflicted about what he knows the right thing to do is and wanting to help his friend. And another great episode, minor trivia thing, that when Mitchell makes the tombstone of Kirk on the planet, they use R for his middle initial, and thinking is that they hadn't really established Kirk's middle name yet, so later on they established it to be Tiberius, so that is an incorrect initial, but people joke or use the excuse that, well, Mitchell was so far gone, he didn't even remember Kirk's proper middle name. But just a minor, trivia point. Anyway, this is another A, making the series a really good start. Like I said, 3 A's to go. To start with is a pretty strong start to a series in my mind. Which brings us to The Naked Time. This is another classic Star Trek plot, the alien disease that does something wild. In this case, it makes you act sort of drunk and lets your emotions go out of control. And this one's just a fucking fun one. It's everyone gets to ham it up and act out their emotions out of control. There's a minor officer, Riley, who takes over engineering and declares himself captain. Sulu, who apparently is a fencing aficionado, starts running around the ship with a sword. And everyone's trying to deal with it while also trying to deal with the fact that they're having a hard time controlling their emotions. And everything eventually gets taken care of and sorted out, but it's just a fun one, and you get to see the cast kind of really get to ham it up and go out there and have just a fucking fun time. Interesting point on this one is they originally went to George Takei and just told him they were going to get him a sword, and they were originally thinking that probably a katana, but they also found a fencing sword, and he specifically said, let's do the fencing sword instead. It's far in the future. I don't want to just be the stereotype Asian guy with a katana. Let's have him use the fencing sword instead, because I don't want to just fall back on racial stereotypes, especially if we're trying to show a better future with united humanity working together. This episode was so good that TNG just did a direct copy of it, including the same conceit, same disease and everything. That's just okay, but not nearly as good as the original. And also, interestingly, when they escape from the planet that's falling apart around the Enterprise, they jumpstart the engine. They accidentally time travel, which is the first case of the crew accidentally inventing a version of time travel, though this one really doesn't come up again. So this is an S tier one for me. Just, it's fun. You get to see everybody act out a character some, and the actors are stretching their legs and having a blast, it seems like, from watching it. So that brings us to The Enemy Within. This is the first transporter accident episode. Kirk is beamed up from a freezing cold planet and split into two. First, his evil half comes out, and then a minute later, his good / Blorbo / Benji-kun for the Pro-CD listeners out there, self comes out, who's nice but ineffectual and whines and can't make decisions. Whereas the evil version is decisive and has the, hard command decisions, but is a real asshole. Like, just all his worst qualities put in there, too, and bad impulses. Shatner gets to be having a good time hamming it up as Evil Kirk, and that's kind of fun. There's the classic unicorn dog makes his appearance in this film, being the first thing they get realize has been split in two by the transporter and cause them not to beam the rest of the crew up and have that happen to them, and is used to try and reintegrate them, though the dog dies in the attempt. Mostly this is a good episode, but it has one huge caveat that kind of drops it down a level to me, and that's the whole sexual assault / sexual menace against Yeoman Rand by Evil Kirk. And then at the end, there's the bad joke by the reintegrated Kirk about Yeoman Rand. So that drops it from what would have been an A to me down to a B, but otherwise, the rest, they not included that stuff. I think it would have been an A and another great episode. Instead, it's just a good one, but still, 4 good to great episodes. Actually, 5 good to great episodes so far. All right, next up is Mud's Woman. This introduces a reoccurring Star Trek character who's now been both in the original series, the animated series, and Discovery, a hardcore Fenton Mudd, who is kind of a classic, scammy, opportunistic, greedy capitalist holdover from in his thinking from the pre-Federation times almost. He's going around trying to do, get rich quick scams and get personal gain, and kind of is a contrast to the crew and how the Federation in general is perceived, and is kind of shown to be like a threat to that system, but something that the system that they've developed can work around and stop from causing trouble if people are active and work to keep it that way. In this one, he is trying to take women and sell them to be wives at a mining colony, and the trick for that is he has a drug that makes the women look younger and prettier than they are, or at least that's what they think it does. This one's basically like a morality play about inner beauty and perception, and they end up using a placebo to show the woman that it's more about their confidence and belief in themselves, and that the drug's more of a crutch than an actual, thing that changes them. And Mudd gets arrested at the end, though eventually he escapes to come back, as we know. So yeah, this is just a good old morality play, and introduces a character who's kind of a jerk, but is kind of a fun, reoccurring, goofy guy. I like the actor who plays him, so I'd say this is another A. Which brings us to our first one that I'm not really a fan of, which is Miri. This is the episode about the kids' planet, where the everyone who grows up past a certain point starts to go crazy and then dies. It happened apparently long ago, and all the grown-ups were killed / attacked the kids, so the kids don't trust grown-ups, and it's kind of, unfortunately, has a lot of half decent but not good acting from kids, and a lot of not good acting at all from kids too. And oh wait, I skipped one. Anyway, let's finish Miri. The kids just don't do it for me. The part where McCoy does test to cure himself because they can't get in touch with the Enterprise because the kids still are communicators is fun. But other than that, this episode's a C. All right, going back to What Are Little Girls Made Of? The prior episode that kind of got skipped by me because I screwed up my list a bit. This is research scientist gets into some shit. In this case, he is making copies of people with androids and copying people into android bodies or replacing them. In this specific one, it's also a person that someone from the crew knows from their past, Christine Chappell, in this case. And I like this one a lot. I like all the stuff with the androids, and the one android who's starting to become more human, and then seeing that Corby is less and less human. Corby at one point makes the android copy of Kirk to go up to the ship to do some stuff, but while he's scanning Kirk's brain, Kirk specifically acts like a racist piece of shit toward Vulcan, so that imprints into the android brain and gives away that there's something wrong with him to Spock while he's up there, which lets Spock figure out what's going on. Additionally, this is one where the female of the character of the month or the episode gets to actually do something, and she's the one who's able to sneak in and shut down the shield generator, and isn't just there as a damsel in distress. And with the shield down, Spock's able to come down and save the day. This also has a classic picture, which is Captain Kirk holding the giant dick rock that he uses to bludgeon somebody later, hiding behind a stalactite. So that is also a well-known meme out there. And it's another classic ep, and this one's also an A. Now, skipping back over Miri, back to Dagger of the Mind. This is the Prison Planet one, where the scientist doctor in charge is using a machine to erase, suppress people's memories. Somebody escapes from the planet who was a staff member there, who he used it on when the staff member objected to what he was doing. It causes the Enterprise staff to go back and investigate further. Kirk goes down there, ends up getting the machine used on him to imprint memories of him being in love with the female guest lead for this episode. And then it has the ironic ending of the Doctor being destroyed by his own machine. This is also the episode that has the first instance of a mind meld in it, which will, of course, be a huge thing in Star Trek going forward. So, they're just establishing all that stuff. And, this is a fun one. I'd say this is also an A, which brings us to the Corbomite maneuver. In this one, the Enterprise encounters first a small and then a large, unknown, strange ship that is kind of tracking / menacing them. They eventually bluff the ship into saying that they have a device called the Corbomite device, which will basically reflect back any attack with enhanced power that's used against it, which stops the ship from just destroying them outright. There's a running subplot of a newly promoted officer named Bailey, who's kind of not correct. He's not cut out for it. He's tracking under the stress, and Kirk feels bad for him, but Spock is trying to convince Kirk that this guy's just not at that point, and so that's a little backstory going on. They eventually break free of the other ship's tractor beam that was taking it to another planet after it was left the big ship to drag them there by burning out their engines too, which damaged that ship, and rather than just leave, they head over to try and render aid, which reveals that the big scary alien guy was actually a little baby. And this one is portrayed by a reoccurring character actor, Clint Howard, who was a kid at that point, but has gone on to show up in Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise, Discovery, and Strange New Worlds as various characters. So a major reoccurring guest star, first appearance. I like this episode. It's a fun one. You get a lot of a good character with Kirk and Spock and everything. And I'd say this is another S1 in my mind, at least. Which brings us to Menagerie Part 1 and 2. So this is an interesting one because it's literally them taking the original pilot, chopping scenes out of it, using the current show as a framing device, which is another reoccurring Trek show thing, which is the court episode. In this case, Spock attempted to take Captain Pike, who was injured in an accident, and take him to a planet that is quarantined and forbidden to go to on punishment of death, which is the only case of the death penalty left in the Federation, by abandoning Kirk on the ship and running off in the Enterprise, saying they're on a secret mission. They get caught and brought back, and so they're questioning Kirk. Well, no, wrong. They're questioning Spock about what he did. A Commodore and Kirk are there running a court-martial, and he goes on to talk about the Enterprise's earlier mission under Pike to the planet Talos 4, and why and how that all unfolded, and how that led to him deciding to bring Pike there. Eventually, his actions are justified enough that they let, the Telosians have taken control of the Enterprise at that point, so they don't really let, but they agree to Spock's plan of sending Pike there, where they can partially repair him and also use their mind powers to make him look and seem young and healthy again, with the human girl who was stranded there in the original Cage episode, and they're able to go off together, the two of them, and have a semblance of a normal life. So this is another S-tier episode to me. You get to learn a lot about Spock and his loyalty, and about his prior time on the Enterprise before Kirk was captain, and the framing device is fun. The use of the scenes from the original pilot are fun, and it's just a good episode in my mind. Which now brings us to the Conscience of the King. This is about Kodos the Executioner, who was a planetary governor that executed half the population of the colony there when there was a crisis, so that the other half would have enough supplies to last until relief gets there. Unfortunately, he didn't know that also relief was a lot closer than he thought, so relief showed up a couple days later, and he didn't need to execute everybody. And Kirk was a young member of Starfleet on the planet at the time, and is one of the few people who could recognize this gentleman, in quotes, by potentially, along with one other member of the crew, that could also identify him. They are visiting, however, a Shakespearean acting troupe, and there's concern that the actor there may be the governor who's believed to be dead, actually in disguise, which does turn out to be the case, but it's kind of left up in the air initially. Eventually, the other person who could have identified Kodos is killed, and there's something going on because Kirk's now the only surviving person who knows what Kodos looked like back then. Kodos is revealed for who he is, and it turns out that his daughter was the one secretly killing everyone who could identify him so her father could live in peace. She tries to kill Kirk after she's been unmasked, but her father gets in the way and is killed instead, which causes her to have a breakdown. This is a fun episode that you get some backstory on Kirk. This one's probably a A minus B plus. I'm gonna say A at this point. Which brings us to the Balance of Terror. This is in my mind, the all-time episodes of Star Trek. It is the introduction to the Romulans. It is a classic, submarine episode of two ships in space having difficulty seeing each other and trying to each get the better of the other. The Romulans are attacking Federation outposts with a new ship that can cloak and has a powerful but short-range weapon, and the Enterprise is trying to outmaneuver and stop it, and eventually succeeds, but there's a lot of great action and suspense going along. It's also the first appearance of Mark Leonard, who you'll be seeing again in the original series. He plays in this episode the commander of the Romulan ship. And also has the reveal of the Romulans in their relation to Vulcans. Just a great action episode. Good suspense, good fun. If there was a triple S tier, this would go in this one in my mind. It's just one of the all-time great episodes of Trek. And that brings us through the first half of the original series. Hope you guys are enjoying it, and hope you keep having fun with the original series. And if possible, maybe we can get back in touch, and I can have a direct communication with you now that we're both in the same time period. Emrys out.
Welcome back to TrekChatz, where we timidly go where many have gone before. That's right. It's a Star Trek First Watch podcast within a television podcast feed, brought to you by Chatz, a television podcast. That's us. I'm Magellan, that's Allen. We're still us from the first half. How's it going, Allen?
I'm kind of wearing like a Star Trek-y uniform right now. It looks like it, right? If it was yellow, I'd be in. I'd be Captain Pike. I'd be Captain Piking it right now.
We decided to honor TOS by changing outfits halfway through the episode with no explanation.
Narrating explanation, yeah, just for the video folks.
Enjoy that.
This is gonna be a long episode because folks don't know that why it's long. Because we took a 5-minute break, and definitely not several days.
Yeah, no,
no.
Let's continue with the conversation we were just having as we rank these TOS episodes and talk about episode 6, which is Mud's Women. What did you think of that?
I think James Adomian's proud that bit has lived on here on Chatspod. I hope he is.
The thing that just flashed through my mind is have you listened at all to the new J. Cole album, The Fall Off?
No, not yet. Great name.
There's this song on The Fall Off where he's talking about like he was in his hometown, he was driving around, he didn't have his hoodie with him, which he uses to like hide the fact that he's J. Cole. And he's like, oh crap, I gotta stop and get gas. And so he gets out at the gas station, and then there's a guy who's like, oh my God, you're J. Cole. Like, I listen to your music all the time. You've helped me through such important stuff. And then J. Cole is kind of like, yeah, that helped me realize, it's not about fame or clout. It's about the difference you make in people's lives. And that's like James Adomian doing that particular voice for us.
Oh my God.
Limit.
Jesse Ventura.
He's out there somewhere. Like, it's about the difference you make.
I love it.
But anyway.
This is Mud's Women. Yeah. This is technically if you're gonna be really annoying about canon, this is part 4 of the Harry Mudd arc, because the first 3 parts are in Star Trek Discovery. Or at least some of them are. There's like more Harry Mudd. He's played by Rainn Wilson.
There's more Mudd in TOS also.
Really? He's coming back?
I think we get at least one more Mudd. Yeah.
One more Mudd. Thank God. Yeah, he was in a short trek. He was in a really bad episode of Discovery. 2 bad episodes of Discovery. And then some other. Yes, I don't want to look up what he's in after this. But Harry Mudd is a man who sells women to other men. And the Enterprise team find out about him. And they naturally, all of the men fall in love with these beautiful women, Mudd's women. And Harry Mudd himself is sort of just to give you a description, a like effeminate, queer-coded, bigger guy with a cowboy hat and one gay little earring. And he sells these women for profit because he's a bad person. But the women themselves are also being given this sort of drug, this crystal that allows them to appear young and beautiful. And in reality, they are older women. Older women. No. From planets and places where either all of the men died or all of their potential eligible bachelors died, and so they need, the framing is like they need prospects, and he's like, well, I give them prospects. I find them men who want to marry them and be their husbands. And then we find the guy who tries to buy one of them, and he is not happy. At first he's like, ew, it's so gross, I just found out that you're an old lady, gross. And then Kirk and also the women have to be like, you are marrying the person in front of you, not the image that you want of them. That's what I was talking about. Like, this episode has a nice little message. It's about the person you married, not the person you have in your mind. But that's not really, I don't know if that's textual or if I'm just giving the episode a really generous read. It's kind of stupid, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's pretty generous. It's not that that's not there, but there's a lot here. This is a rich text, Mudd's Women, for sure. I do there, So something that's been really enjoyable about us watching the first half of TOS, season 1, is that part of the podcast, Amanda, has been like, oh, I want to watch more Star Trek. Like she could have just dove into the second half of the season, even though these episodes are kind of like a masterclass in how to make a show that Amanda would hate. It's like really, really quite impressive.
Yeah. It's checking off every box.
Yeah, but she's like already in it with Star Trek. You know, she's already kind of caught the vibe for it from TNG and Deep Space Nine. So we've been watching the beginning of TNG because she hadn't seen it all the way through.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You know,
I'm happy you're watching TNG, but the beginning of TNG is really rough.
Even that one, the racist episode, it's like
Code of
all
Honor.
my friends are here. This is nice. But that episode is pretty bad.
I think TNG does hold up on a rewatch because you're just like, you know what? I'm here with my pals.
Yeah.
Tasha Yar's here.
Yeah, Tasha Yar's there, and like every other shot, it's beardless Riker, and you're like, he's so cute. Like, oh, let me just put my thumb right in his little chin nipple. But but Amanda watched the first appearance of Q in the first episode, and I was like, oh, by the way, what did you think of Q? And she was like, oh, so stupid, which is good. I agree. Q is dumb. And yet here I am with Mud, and I'm like, I could see a little more Mud.
Yeah.
Like he's a character who feels Q coded in this way of like writers could bring him back to just cause mischief and explain it as like, this guy's just a mischief maker. That's what he does.
Yeah.
And I don't hate the idea of this like oily man doing different bad accents and being like, oh, fake Irish, I'm Captain Leo Walsh. Oh, I have a new scheme. Yeah. So that's kind of fun.
I like how quickly he lies to them because it establishes that like we're never gonna fix Mud. Right away, fake name. I shot at you guys, and like, why'd you shoot us? You're going on trial for shooting at a Starfleet ship, and he's like, all right, I'm going on trial. Fine, I don't care.
Yeah.
And that's immediately you're like, okay, they have given themselves a character who can just like be a little gremlin, and that's great. I actually genuinely like that aspect of Harry Mudd. I think he's the best thing to come out of this. The like Mudd's women part, I really could take it or leave it. I'd rather leave it. None of it resonated with me other than my attempt to get a read out of it.
Yeah, if he was doing any other scheme, like, oh, I've made a new hamburger and it's so delicious, but it uses like this plant that smells bad, and nobody can know that I use this stinky plant to make good burgers. It's like, oh, Mud, you little silly guy. Because there is just something so cartoonish about him, and like you said, this instinct that he has to lie, not even out of self-preservation, because sometimes the most self-preserving thing he can do is just be honest, or at least like partially honest, but he goes out of his way to be like, okay, be chill, I'm lying to them right now.
He might as well be winking to the camera like, I'm lying, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Actually,
but
yeah, please finish your point. I'm so sorry.
No, but I agree with you that like what this episode is about and what he's doing is repugnant and like wrong-headed in a few different ways.
Friend of the pod, Ryan Slawinski, made a good point. If you're gonna like take a nice read out of the Harry Mudd episode, it's that he represents a like modern day scumbag that you don't see in the future of Star Trek anymore. Like genuinely, I'm here for profit. I don't care about women. I don't care about how you perceive me. But it's just like, it's almost like, you know, shocking or galling to be like, whoa, like everyone's so buttoned up on TOS. You know, we're punching people and we're flirting with people, but TOS is a very specific kind of horny. I said this in part 1. It's not like overtly in front of you sexual, but everything's implied. And Harry Mudd is a person who's like, I see women as commodities. I'm a businessman who's here to lie, cheat, and steal my way to a quick buck. And I love that. And I think not to spoil a take from like 7 years from now when we watch it, but I think Rainn Wilson's version of Harry Mudd is bad for that exact reason, is they take that away and turn him into a supervillain. But like, yeah, that's the one thing I'm like coming out of Mudd's women being like is, oh, actually, this is a cool sort of like you said, like Q, a foil to our main characters. But that's all. Everything else, like, really, I know I keep saying it, but bad.
Yeah. What I like about Mudd as a foil is he's like you're describing, he's a grifter. And
that's the word.
The whole thing about Starfleet is, in theory, like the characters that we're meeting are the anti-grifters, or they like don't want to be griftery. Certainly like Picard does not want to fool people or trick people, except sometimes he does because he decides it's the right thing to do. But I think it's useful to like put Starfleet up against a guy like this, because it forces us to ask these questions of like, okay, well, who's really like putting something on here versus being honest about their intentions, and like, what do we prefer? Where can we sort of say like, yeah, the Enterprise crew is on a moral higher ground than Mudd, versus, I don't know, there's like something about how Kirk is engaging with this, and like Kirk's possessiveness and competitiveness that isn't necessarily so different from Mudd. And like, is it not kind of this drive to expand into the galaxy and mine it of its resources and engage in this colonial capitalist project that creates the opportunities for people like Mudd to capitalize on that, and like the isolation that people feel and the patriarchal way that the society works. So yeah, it's sort of like, do Kirks create Mudds in a way? And I think those are useful questions that later Star Trek series are sort of like, well, we got these guys called the Ferengi, and they love money. And it's only really the Ferengi later who are going to do these sort of like, whatever it is, reprehensible, griftery, schemy things. And to some extent, like, that's a problem because it's dishonest about the problems that are going to emerge when we bring our society into space.
Yeah, well said. And again, all of this subtextual. I think that's going to be the thing about TOS though for us, is finding the text more interesting than what's on the screen. Do you have a rating for this episode? I want to talk straight notes, but I also want to rate this episode.
Oh, I have like more to say about the women part of it.
Oh, sure. We got the Mudd. Now what about the women?
Yeah, we covered the Mudd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this whole, I think what's really happening here is this episode is like mired in a kind of early 20th century understanding of gender that it feels weirdly out of place in this like future space show in 1966, because there's still this presumption of like, oh, the thing that these women need to do in order to secure their spot in their station in society is become somebody's wife, and that's what's going to get them some form of security and stability. And like, it could make sense for those women to be in this position and to want that, but then the episode doesn't challenge that, and in fact it kind of promotes it, because there's that there's the scene where like the main woman in the story runs off, and the miner who is going to be her husband is like, baby, wait, hold on, I'm coming into the storm for you. And then her thing wears off and she's old, but she knows how to cook a dinner. And he's like, fuck your dinner, I want a hot lady. And she goes, whoosh, let me take the magic juice. Is this the hot lady you want, or do you want a lady who can cook your dinner? um and it's like, wait, why is that the it's sort of glorifying like the domesticity part of it, and saying like good men will want a good wife who can do her wifely duties, and won't want a hot lady for hot lady reasons. uh and it's just weird. And then also for that little juke at the end for Kirk to be like, by the way, that was water. You were a hot lady the whole time. It's
I
like,
knew it. Yeah.
What are you saying? I don't understand.
You want to know something fun about this one? About
Yeah.
about its choice of how it depicts women. This was another candidate for the pilot of the show.
No, glad they didn't do that.
NBC did not choose this episode as the second pilot, mostly because they were worried about the central theme of selling women throughout the galaxy, and the guest star being an intergalactic pimp with 3 space hookers. You're right. Why did you air it anyways?
Yeah.
You still aired it.
I would love to have been a fly on the wall at that meeting where NBC watches The Cage and they're like,
Little weird, little boring.
I don't think so. What other scripts you got? And then they're like, we got this one called Mud's Women.
Yeah. It's one where a random con artist comes on to sell like women to men across the galaxy.
Uh-huh.
You guys are not getting this show on the air. And they're like, no, wait. What if 2 telepaths? And they're like, okay, stop talking. That's it. Stop talking.
Works.
That one.
That works.
That one.
Just please do not bring us another script.
Stop.
Women. It's space women and space pimps, please.
The network's like, please throw away those scripts you just sold to us. And they're like, yeah, throw away. And he's like, episode 7. Episode 5.
They open a door that says the set and it says recording over the door, and they toss the script in.
Woo. Yeah.
Film it, boys.
You better.
Let's do straight notes on this.
We got to talk about how at the beginning when all the men are like, women, blah, 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 and their tongues roll out, Spock has no reaction to the women. And I go, I know why that is. And then the show goes, no, wait, he's not gay. He just doesn't feel emotion. And it's like, stop trying to explain it. You're wrong. That is a reason. That's a homosexual man.
It's like, yes, I can turn off my attraction to women at will.
Didn't we just like 2 episodes ago see you like crying about Nurse Chapel? Hold on. I don't think that's true. I think you just don't like certain types of women because they're not men. Huh? Anyways, that's my only straight note. I love Spock.
Yeah, all that stuff like the what about the ladies is pretty silly. And it's also just like an interesting insight into how arbitrary beauty standards are, because to me as a modern viewer, having been taught like certain standards of beauty from the aughts and the 2010s, these are women who are on TV and look nice, but for like most of them, to me they're not like any more significantly attractive than any of the other women who are on Star Trek. So it gives you a little insight into like when a show wants to say these women are unusually hot and here's how we're going to show you. And like how the hair is done and the costumes, they all have really interesting, strange costumes. There's this thing in the costuming and the hairdressing in Star Trek TOS where female sexuality is communicated through asymmetry. That's like the hottest thing
Yeah,
in this
it's
show.
asymmetrical. Yeah,
Just like big hair, big on one side,
right.
like big sleeve on one arm.
One side, yeah.
And that's like so hot. It's really interesting to me.
It's a very like mod fashion scene thing.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Mad Men dipped into this a little bit in its later half. I was just thinking about Mad Men again today.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, you ever think about how they watched Star Trek on Mad Men, and like they probably in universe would have been watching Star Trek? I think there might be an episode where that happens. I know that they watch Star Trek in Station 11 because we're gonna talk about an episode later today that is featured in Station 11, but we'll talk about that later.
Oh, whoa, that's cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, it was really funny to me that that Harry Mudd did not expect there to be some kind of a space polygraph. Like he went so deep into this lie.
Yeah,
and then he's like, "Oh, I forgot it's the future." And then when he stopped doing his like fake Irish accent and started doing his real voice, it's like, wow, this sounds dumber than your fake voice that
this
you
like
were
little
doing.
gay lisp situation. Yeah.
It sounds like even faker than what you were just doing just now.
I agree.
So that was funny. The computer calls out all the guys in the room. Like, there's all the men in the room are very sweaty and horny right now. I thought that was funny. Bone says, "Are you wearing some unusual kind of perfume or something radioactive, my dear?"
I love Bones so goddamn much.
Me too. Me too. Along the lines of what I was just describing, it's not just about how do you make a woman hot, but it's how do you make 3 women hot. And it got me thinking about like how much you could learn about cultural beauty standards through TV shows and movies that are like, here's a trio of hot ladies.
Right.
And like,
blonde,
what is Charlie's
brunette,
Angels telling us? Yeah, exactly. It's like 3 different hair colors, or like maybe as you get closer to the present day, 3 different races. I don't know, perhaps. Sure. There's 3 colors, and they're not that I think the Powerpuff Girls are in the 3 hot ladies genre.
But 3 ladies.
3 ladies, but they do have the colors of Blossom, Buttercup, and Bubbles. These 3 ladies. So there's some kind of video essay there about like 3 women. How do you do 3 women?
Truesdale, the band Truesdale. They're explicitly doing a Powerpuff Girls thing. Powerpuff Girls. Name me Charlie's Angels. Name me more 3 K-pop Demon Hunters. 3 women. Okay, we're cooking something.
There's something about 3 women. Destiny's Child was 3 women.
Yeah.
So it's like, what are they doing to be 3?
The Supremes.
The Supremes. I think there's a thing here. I think you can learn a lot about style and culture and femininity from stuff where it's like, well, we have to not only make one person who's kind of representative of the height of femininity, but 3 people who are it in different ways.
In equal ways.
Yes. That's about it. This is a bad one. This is like a C or a D.
I'm gonna give it a D.
Yeah.
Spock
says towards the end, a most annoying emotional episode.
That's my review. That's my review.
That is a quote from Mr. Spock. I think D is good for Mudd's women. Yeah, let's do that.
Next up, a fun one. It's What Are Little Girls Made Of? Now this is an episode that Strange New Worlds viewers will have a lot of interest in.
Really?
Yeah, because this is the Nurse Chapel. This is the Nurse Chapel episode, right?
Oh yes. I was thinking of a different episode. Yeah.
Right. So we reintroduce ourselves to Majel Barrett's character, Nurse Chapel, who's the ship's nurse, and an offsite mission takes her to. We found her long lost fiance, who has a cavalcade of funny androids, and he tries to bring her back into the fold again with yet another gay little lisp. And Picard is brought in with this cavalcade of androids before finding out, plot twist, that Corby himself, her ex-fiance, is also an android, and that he died and built himself an android to live on, and that he wanted to live with her. This episode's very weird. I kind of find it entertainingly weird. I don't think it's like very smart, but like something's always happening. Like it's actually a pretty fast-paced episode compared to the rest of TOS.
Yeah.
We've got Chapel teasing Spock. We've got Robot Corby. We've got that tall guy, Rook, the android. Who can make
Rook.
Rook's amazing.
Rook.
The first canonical mention of Sam Kirk, Kirk's brother. Again, Corby's little lisp. The introduction of something called the Old Ones, who built the androids. We said this over when you can say whatever you want. When you're the first show, you can say anything and not explain it.
It was so funny. I went to Memory Alpha to be like the Old Ones and clicked on it just this episode, to the point where the article or whatever was like, yeah, there are other episodes that also mention there being old ones, and they're always different old ones that are being talked about.
They were the
I
same.
think it's just they used the phrase because somebody was a Lovecraft fan.
Yeah, Robert Bloch, a fan of H.P. Lovecraft, which is fantastic.
Oh.
So just real quickly, this is like Strange New Worlds relevant because obviously Nurse Chapel is a main character, because Strange New Worlds is what happened on Captain Pike's ship before the events of the Menagerie / the Cage. So Chapel's in it. There is a whole episode with Corby where he's totally normal and kind of hot, and you're like, well, Corby's here. And the android stuff, I should rewatch that episode now. I wonder if they like tease any of this. But that's also, that episode makes this funnier because, like I mentioned before, Chapel has like a sort of on and off flirtation with Spock in Strange New Worlds. And for her to be in this episode, be like, you wouldn't get it, Spock. You've never been engaged. And it's like, you guys flirted together for months. He was like distraught over how much you love Corby, and you knew that. And now you're like, anyways, I'm going back to that guy who I was just telling you about a couple years ago. That's just funny. Again, it gets hand wavable. It's fine. But this was just strange. It's just strange. There's really not a lot of meat on the bone. Everyone's an android. Kirk gets cloned. We get to see naked clone Kirk, in the little spinny chair. And he's exactly the same. Which one's different? Which one's the same? If they're the same, what makes a human? Nothing. And then the outfits are weird. Everybody has two-tone colored shirts for some reason.
Yeah, this is very much in the bucket of like, we're kind of doing a Twilight Zone episode, but in space and with these recurring characters. And sometimes this thing will happen with very episodic series that have to produce a lot of episodes, where their first batch will in some ways like not be quite different enough. There's just sort of like ideas that are amongst them, like this, there's a Kirk doppelganger thing. So there's a lot of that here, and kind of throughout a few of the episodes of this half, where you're like, whoa, this feels so similar to something I just watched. But there's enough kind of new stuff, and this is the first episode I think that introduces the concept of there being androids and raises those sort of humanist questions of like, can your consciousness be in a computer? We seem to think that you can beam your consciousness with the transporter, and that's fine, even though presumably what's happening is you're being disintegrated and then reconstructed by this thing. So if you can put your consciousness in a new body, to the extent that you could even make like two of you and one of you's bad, couldn't you put yourself in a robot? I don't know.
Who knows? Huh? Maybe.
And this episode kind of like gets to the point of confronting that and then gets scared of it and doesn't want to
Totally.
think about it. And it's like smash, smash, smash. No, go away, go
No
away.
way.
Go
They
away.
literally beat them up. Don't want it. Don't want it. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that was actually interesting. You make a good point. It like sets up one of Star Trek's greatest like contributions to sci-fi, which is like this. They add to the android debate, and yet it in itself is just an episode that's like, robot, scary, kill robot. No, no, it doesn't have soul. No. Like, okay, that's really simple. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like not. It's similar to the like you were commenting on in the first half, the episode where they say, "Hey guys, I think we just invented time travel."
Anyways,
Anyway,
move on.
and this one's kind of like a character saying, "No, I've invented a way to put yourself inside a robot," and everyone says, "No, that's too futuristic. We don't want that." And yeah, it's just it's fascinating to me to think about this episode in conversation eventually with Measure of a Man from TNG.
Yeah.
And the way that we get to the point in Star Trek where we're like, there's an android member of Starfleet and he is a person. And it's like very comfortable and easy for science fiction to say that, to say, here is this entity that's conscious, that's got personhood. We're going to say they're a person, but there's something about like, this is a robot that says it is somebody who already existed, that makes us want to be like, well, that doesn't count.
Not that one.
Yeah.
Not that one. Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just, raises some questions.
Matza food for thought.
Matza food for thought. Yeah.
Matza. Fuck you. With love.
We get some of our first real red shirt deaths in this episode.
True. This is a very off-ship mission. The off-ship missions tend to be the ones where people just eat it.
Yeah, they just get pushed into a chasm. It's great.
What's wrong with it? Nothing wrong with a good chasm. Who plays Rook? Is it? It's not the giant from Twin Peaks, is it?
No, but it sure does look like that guy. But I don't think it's that guy.
Listen, buddy, only so many people can be extremely tall and bald in the 60s, okay? I don't think Carol Strickin was alive yet.
Probably not. Or not old enough to be like that guy.
Yes. Totally. Yeah, bring back Rook, though, for sure.
I love Rook. He looks like a Scooby-Doo villain.
The sallow... Well, he's got the sallow eyes that Spock has.
Yeah.
Does Rook come back? Google. Yeah. Absolutely not.
He got blasted. He got completely gone.
You're right. He got... You're right. Yeah, but it's the collar. The collar is what makes him very Scooby-Doo. And it's like...
Yeah.
I'm making faces for the video. R.I.P. Rook.
And throughout all of this, Majel Barrett brings a gravitas to this episode.
She's always good. She's been good since the fucking jump. It's not fair.
She just does not miss. And I want to be like, Majel, this is a bad, dumb episode. Like, you're putting in masterclass work, and the camera is like, hold on, I need to get a shot of this that doesn't have any of this bullshit in it, so we can honor what you're doing for a second. But like, you can also just kind of fuck around in the space, because that's what everybody else is doing.
She was great in The Cage. She's great as Nurse Chapel. She's great as Loxana Troy. She's great in Babylon 5. Majel Barrett might have the most credits to her name for a Chatz alum.
Yeah.
It's possible.
There's also the Christine character. That's a whole... Oh no, Christine is
Chapel.
Nurse Chapel.
You know, Andrea.
Andrea. Yeah, the like android woman, and it's like,
Poor
did
chick.
you have sex with Andrea? And then the guy's like, well, I didn't love her.
I didn't love
if that's
her.
what you're asking. It's like, well, no, I wasn't asking that. I was asking if you commanded this robot woman to have sex with you. No, she's not real. Like, I can't love her.
All right, cool. You
Whatever.
still didn't answer the question. Cool. Now I feel worse.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, that everything. The poor Sherry Jackson, the outfit, not great. The sleigh. I mean, it's kind of a sleigh. Like that's the thing. Everything toes the line thinly, like based on how much control you have over it yourself, between cunty and wildly problematic. And I think her outfit fits that exact intersection. It's the blue and green, like cross stitch. Wild.
Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, there is something about 60 Star Trek that is kind of reclaimable because of that. Because, like,
I agree. Excuse me.
You know, people want to be hot. It's like people
want to
be
hot.
Make shows where people want to be hot. They want to make shows where people are hot and kiss each other. They just want to like have some agency in that. So
that's it.
Yeah. My only other note is, well, two. One of them is it's so sweet that Spock can tell that it's a robot Kirk on the Enterprise because the robot Kirk is a bigot. And like Kirk whispers bigotry into him to get Spock to be like, huh, Kirk is mean to me, but he's like pretty woke. So this isn't the real Kirk. I like that. And then
I'm spinning that idea around in my head like a cube. I'm just spinning and just rotating it. Yeah.
And then this is the first instance that I caught of one of my favorite Star Trek tropes, which is somebody listing historical examples of things and adding fake examples for the time between the present and Star Trek. So Kirk is naming all these totalitarians, and he's like, this is the same thing as Caesar and Stalin and Hitler and Maltuvas. It's like, that's not a real guy. What are you talking about?
Genghis Khan and Tony Soprano and SpongeBob. Hold on.
Wait a minute. But yeah, let's rate this one. What would you rate this one? Huh?
C.
Whoa. Let's give it a B. Let's give it a B.
Okay, B. All right, let's fly, Michelle. Let's fly, you fools.
Let's fly.
I'm gonna leave some time to talk about the good episodes. We gotta get through the bad episodes, like Miri, which is season 1, episode 11, depending on who you ask. Okay, there's an Earth 2, and people are old and turn into old zombies because this was an experiment to end aging. And a bunch of people are really young and seem immortal, or they just age really slowly, but they do still age. And Kirk's like, guys, you may seem like an island of misfit toys, or you might seem, they call themselves the Onlys. You might seem like you have all these cool leaders, but once those people get old, they're going to turn to zombies too. You guys need a cure. And there's a lot of like kids shouting at Kirk trying to explain to kids to listen to him not being able to wrangle in kids. And then at the center of it all is this young girl, Miri, who is, young in body, but not in actual age, who seems to sort of have a thing for Kirk. And the show has no interest in like addressing how weird it like kind of thinks about addressing how weird that is, but it doesn't. And then they leave. Yeah. Rand tells Kirk that Miri really did love him. Kirk assures the yeoman that he never gets involved with older women. Boo! That's funny,
honestly,
actually, but also
pretty funny punchline.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
It's like the thing. It's the anime trope. It's the like she's a million, but she looks 13.
It's awful. It's awful. Absolutely awful.
Look at my notes for this one. I have nothing. I wrote Peter Pan, a feral kid named Louise, a really old guy dies of old age.
I have two big thoughts about this episode. The first is about this thing of like, oh, she's becoming a woman, and that being this like thing of interest to adult men
Uh-huh.
is so disgusting
Uh-huh.
and presented so not only uncritically, but like sometimes Spock is like not interested in the horniness whatsoever. And then sometimes he turns to Yeoman Rand and says the most like vile shit I've ever heard.
Uh-huh.
She's like, that's a little girl. He turns to her and says, that little girl is 300 years older than you are, Yeoman. ... Think about it.
Ew. Ew, Spock.
Yeah.
Weird thing to say.
Really weird thing to say. And it's this implication of like, I mean, hey, who could blame the captain? She's of age, but she looks like she's prepubescent. It's the dream come true. It's like, what the fuck is this episode that we're doing?
Mind you, that is not the that's the undercurrent of the entire episode, is the weirdness of that with Miri specifically. The rest of the episode is nothing to write home about. It's a bunch of I got so sick of hearing the kids go bonk bonk on the head bonk, and I was like, Sarah, this is like a large chunk of your script is the kids not listening to Kirk and just saying bonk over and over again. It's interesting once or twice.
Yeah, my second big thought on the episode is like this can only be written by somebody who has such complete disinterest in the minds of children, because if you trapped a society of kids on a planet for hundreds of years, they would develop a very intelligent, complex society, or they would like
die early.
Who knows what happens to humans who live 300 years? Maybe our brains can't handle it and we would just like kill ourselves or something. I don't know.
Right.
But this wouldn't happen, where it's like, well, what do we know about kids? They're dumb. So I guess they'd be dumb for 300 years. Like, fuck you. No.
They'd be
they
smart
wouldn't be like,
children.
Bunk, bunk, 2 jobs. I got the bunk, 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 bunk. Yeah, the Enterprise would show up and be like,
whoa,
how are these kids like cooking for themselves and doing science? Amazing. I didn't know kids couldn't think.
It's a really good point.
Drives me nuts.
You love this show, Magellan. You love that we're watching it. Miri.
It's fun time.
It's Miri.
And also like no explanation of why this planet looks exactly like Earth. It just does.
Yeah. I don't think they ever gave it. They never did.
There's like a backfilled. There are backfilled explanations in like side books and comics and stuff.
Sure.
But the episode is like, looks like Earth, doesn't it? So we can do our little 60s Old West town set thing.
Yeah, I think it's also so that the Enterprise goes there and goes, wait, this looks like Earth. It's what brings them there. Is there like this distress signal looks like Earth? Because every TOS episode starts with there's a distress signal, we have to go fix something.
Yeah.
It's interesting that the wiki calls this an arrested culture, considering what you said, which is like, it wouldn't be stagnant. Why would it be stagnant? They have like young adults who are here. It just feels like, that breaks the whole episode when you think about that too much. It'd be more interesting if they were just like still kids or still aging slowly but acted like adults, and I kept waiting for them to do that, and they're like, no, these are kids who wear like cones on their head and bonk each other all day. It's
partway through the episode, the kids call the people who aren't onlys grups, and halfway through the episode I was like, oh, grup is short for grown up. I figured it out. I'm a genius. And Amanda kind of quietly goes, yeah, I put that together a few minutes ago.
Like in 2 seconds I figured that. Grown up.
Yeah. So I thought that's
like that the wiki says the actions of the crew in this episode are a violation of the Prime Directive.
They don't have one yet, right?
I don't no, I think they have one.
I haven't heard any of them mention it.
Well, they don't say it on TOS, but it existed in canon.
In canon, yeah. But
so this person's just being like kind of nerdy about canon.
Really a TNG thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think it I don't want to get corrected. I'm tired of getting corrected. Don't tell me, guys, in the comments when they made the program directed. I'll look it up later. Thank you. I think it's in Enterprise. I might be wrong. Okay. What else we got?
This is like a C.
Yeah, hard C.
Hard C.
Hard C.
Also,
okay.
they're doing Yeoman Rand so dirty in this fucking show.
I wrote that in my notes. I was like, why isn't there a Yeoman Rand fandom? Why isn't she like brought back in Strange New Worlds and like does cool things? What the hell? She gets fired off the show at the end of the season. I think at the end of the season, or like soon. Yeah.
I think they bring her back for some of the movies, is what I was reading. So that's
I read that
nice,
too.
at least.
Okay. You want to move on? Bless
you.
you.
Let's move on. Thank you.
Dagger of the Mind is the next episode.
There's a dagger in your mind.
I watched this episode with Kelly, kind of like idly on Sunday. Like we were just hanging out. This is the last one where I was like, I don't have any more in me for this week. Let's split the recording in half. That's why we're here on part 2. So this is the last one I had watched when you listened to part 1, listener, was Dagger of the Mind. I hadn't seen anything after this. There's a penal colony, penal, and Kirk and this really hot doctor, the show says, not me, that the Bones sends with him is like, I'm going to send you with her. You're just going to figure out what's up with the penal colony. It turns out they're like messing with people's brains and using hypnosis and manipulation via this machine that makes a really annoyingly loud, piercing sound that goes on for too long. Kirk falls for it. They put evil memories in him. The other doctor puts like sexy memories in him. Then we finally get the introduction of the Vulcan mind melt, as Spock finds out from Dr. Simon Van Gelder's mind that he wasn't always like this, and that he was mind melted, or his mind warped into being a bad guy. That's kind of it. And then they stop it. They defeat the guy, and they cure Dr. Van Gelder. They fix Kirk. It's all good. It's kind of a nothing episode. I like some aspects of it. I think the idea, again, great idea. I was like, penal colony. What an interesting idea that in the future we still have prisons, but we just kind of offshore them and we make it seem like they land on the colony and it's like a vacation home. Oh, it's like it's really nice, and it's like, the only reason they can do that is it's the 1960s and there's gonna be a twist. There's gonna be something evil going on, and there is.
Yeah. I mean, I like that there's some lip service paid to there being a difference of opinion amongst Kirk, Bones, and Spock about incarceration.
Yeah.
Where Kirk is like, oh, it's great. They've done it really well. That's what I've heard, is it's good. And Bones is like, you dumbass. Prison sucks. It's a bad thing to have.
Yeah.
And Spock's like, you're both dumb. We don't even have crime. It's like, okay, get out of here, Spock. Shut up. But I like that there's that difference of opinion there amongst the three of them. And that ultimately this is an episode that is kind of critical of like reforms that are meant to pretty up the carceral system to make people feel like, oh, I think it's fine because I heard that they're doing XYZ. Because essentially what's going on in this episode is it's like what's that called? Lobotomies.
Yeah.
In the form of erasing your memories and changing your personality. And essentially what the episode is positing is like, even if we could kind of wave a magic wand and somehow guarantee that nobody's ever gonna do anything that endangers another person ever again, you have to look at who is the person holding the wand.
Correct.
And deciding which parts of that person are to be erased and what else are they able to do while they're waving that wand. And is there any world where that is okay, where like that degree of power is acceptable?
Yeah.
And the episode's kind of like, I don't think so. Maybe Bones is right. And actually we should have prison abolition in the future. That would be cool. So this was the first episode where I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with what you're trying to say. And that feels good to
Who
watch.
wields the power when you
Yeah.
say like we, and they go back into this well with conscious of the king. And it's like when someone wields power,
Mm,
who decides? They get to decide what's right and wrong. That doesn't seem fair. Doesn't seem overall
Mhm.
fair. Star Trek will
Mhm.
continue to wrestle with this idea for the rest of its history, but
mm.
I keep saying it. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but like season 1, part 1 of Star Trek TOS, full of good ideas.
Mhm.
But like the vibes of this one are kind of fun, at least, and the Vulcan mind meld rocks. I love the Vulcan mind meld as a storytelling device.
Yeah, it's fun. I like the little bit of chaos that Dr. Helen Noel brings into the episode.
One has to imagine that they were like, what if we put Bones here? And they're like, no, it's actually more fun if we put a lady that Kirk almost had sex with at the Christmas party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also, hold on. I'm sorry. Why is there a Christmas party? Sorry. Christmas?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Not
Okay.
just that, but it's specifically a science lab Christmas party. It's not the whole crew, but somehow Kirk got invited to the science lab Christmas party.
The biggest jock on the Enterprise.
Funny.
The biggest jock. Let's go to the science lab Christmas party. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Sorry. Get a point.
No, so it's really funny. And like nothing even happened between them, but it almost did. And McCoy must know about it, and that's why he sent her. And Kirk's like, she better be the best, assistant person on the thing I've ever had, because I'm gonna kill Bones. That's pretty funny to me.
Now, what's funnier though, Magellan, is it the way that Spock looks at Kirk during that whole sequence where he's like, "You had a what with her at the Christmas party?"
Mhm.
Eyebrows,
Mhm.
judging eyebrows. And then
Mhm.
is that is funnier, or is it when her and Kirk are in the machine or in the room and the first thing she puts in his brain is "you're hungry," and he's like, "Wow, I am hungry," and he's like, "Do it again. Now put a weird memory in there," and she's like, "You took me in the Christmas party and we made love and you loved me. You love me so like whoa, 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 whoa,
I know. It's like,
whoa."
first thing, you want a sandwich. Second thing, remember the night that you fucked me? You took me home and you fucked. It's like what
It's
she
not-
does.
It's not that you're not
It's like,
off.
Helen.
Helen.
Please, Helen. All right. I mean, we get it. Look, William Shatner in the 60s was nothing to sneeze at, but Helen.
Yeah.
Now's
Jesus
not the
Christ,
time.
Helen. Yeah.
It was really funny. It was so funny.
There's just something like kind of naughty about it. I think that's something TOS likes to play in that other Star Trek doesn't do. Is the like, what if I did the worst, weirdest fucking little thing that you could imagine? Isn't that fun, you freaks? And you're like, kind of, but you shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yeah, they're on their freak shit. It's like TNG did their freak shit one time and then got scared.
TOS does their freak shit every episode. Every
episode. And a lot of the time I'm the one who's scared, but sometimes it's fun. So it's, I don't know.
That's real.
I'm still settling my opinions on it. Let's see. There's a really funny moment where Amanda is watching the episode with me and she says, "I'll admit, this episode is not clear cut."
Yeah, if you saw me giggling on the video earlier to nothing, that was what I was reading. Also, really they don't know how to make out. Good. Note.
Yes. Yeah, because all the kisses are like slamming their faces into each other. It's really funny.
Like you're eating each other. It's the first thing they teach you in kissing school is don't try to eat the other person.
Mm-hmm. I think this is a B.
Yeah, this feels like a B.
Yeah,
I like what they're going for. So then I take a break and I get about like 2 days off from watching Star Trek. Nice, relaxing couple of days. Okay, now it's Tuesday. Oh shit, I have to watch like a lot of Star Trek, or Monday. I have to watch a lot of Star Trek really fast. I come into the Corbomite maneuver, which I'm already aware is a decently well-regarded episode. This is maximum silly, minimum thought. This is an all vibes, no nothing heavy episode. The Enterprise explores an uncharted area of space and is outmatched by a massive spherical spaceship. Also, first of all, a cube, and then when they explore the cube, they see the spherical spaceship that looks like a honeycomb, and called the Fesarius. And the leader of it on the other side, Baylock, appears to them as a sort of weird gray-headed alien. And at first it seems like, oh, we're going to be evenly matched. What's going to happen? Why are we going to fight? And he's like, well, come on here and see. Let's fucking find out. They're like, oh shit, we're going to board. And the crew boards. And Baylock is a child. A young Clint Howard plays the real Baylock. At just 7 years old, Clint Howard himself was on original Star Trek. Dude, when you see it, look up Clint Howard next to Baylock and you're going to go, oh my God, he literally looked like himself at 60 at 7. It's crazy. Yeah. And he's just there. He's just goofing off. That's pretty much it.
Wait. Oh my God. You're kidding me.
I'm not kidding you.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Isn't that so weird how much he looks like himself?
Him.
That is in fact, yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, caught the bug young, my little performer.
I think he's fun here. I mean, he doesn't have to talk. It's like it's the actor for the voice of Baylock, and then him just talking. It's dubbed. But like, they got him in the little outfit. He's cackling. He's doing the whole thing. And the best thing is that Kirk bonds with him and is like, I also love my ship. And they have this weird guy who keeps down Bailey, who's like, this is the craziest thing. This episode establishes the precedent of like, we can just give up members of Starfleet to other people as long as it's for a cool reason. So this Bailey guy is like, I doubt this. I don't trust Starfleet. I don't know. And they're like, hey, Baylock, would you need... The Baylock's like, I just want a friend. I'm just a little kid who wants a friend. And they're like, Bailey, you want to go? And Bailey's like, sure. Just give Bailey to Baylock and leave. This is nuts. I gave this episode a high B because I was like, you know what? Go swing for the fences. It is fun.
It's fun. Yeah, Bailey, Helen Noel in the last episode and Bailey in this episode, they fulfilled different versions of a pretty silly but fun TOS guest character role, which is like, I'm here to be wrong. Yes. That is my job, to be wrong about the thing. And so Bailey is just sitting there like, whoa, this is weird. I don't know. I can't do anything because I'm just like overwhelmed by space being so weird. Having like the only realistic reaction to any of this that a human being would have. And I love that it works out for him at the end where he gets to just ride off into the sunset with this baby.
With Clint Howard.
Baby. Yeah.
Did you really not know?
Let's see. No, I didn't know. That's so funny.
Oh yeah. He comes back by the way. He'll later be on Discovery, I think.
Amazing. Amazing.
And other stuff. He's like on Star Trek a lot. Sorry, I'll be quiet about Clint Howard.
No, this episode just had a few instances of a type of dialogue exchange I really like, which is where somebody gives Kirk advice and then he does the opposite. And then they go, why'd you do that? So there's a moment where he says to Bailey, I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Bailey, when this becomes a democracy. And then my favorite moment of this, Spock says, have you ever thought there's a certain inefficiency in always asking me things you've already made up your mind about? And Kirk says that it gives him a certain emotional security.
Gay!
Rude. So rude and gay. Fun.
Anything else?
Yeah, this is a B. This is a solid high B.
Yeah. I had a great time. It's a straightforward episode. It's just like a mystery on the ship and then we solve it. Down the plate. Good episode. Good. Okay. We have a two-parter next. I think it's worth discussing these as a pair because they're very much related. I will say, so we're talking about the Menagerie, folks. My initial take, just to give it away, is that I think Menagerie Part 2 is the one that's really good, and Menagerie Part 1 is boring as hell. Which is interesting because the Menagerie is metatextually a reconstructing of the unaired pilot for TOS, The Cage, which we were considering watching, but then we had listeners who were like, The Cage isn't that interesting by itself. Captain Pike's story isn't interesting by itself. It's way more interesting than the context of the Menagerie. I, having seen this now, agree with that because this episode is Spock essentially, quote unquote, betraying Starfleet with the cause of being able to help Captain Pike live a simulacrum of a normal life after he was paralyzed or his body was severely damaged in a radiation incident. In telling that story, the aliens, the Talosians from Talos 4, which is a planet that Starfleet's not allowed to visit, not allowed to talk to, not allowed to talk about, display this video, which is essentially most of the cage. So, in another sort of meta way, the episode is saying, hey, here's what we had. What do you guys think about it? And you're watching, and this is me doing a read, not what the show's saying. You're watching like network executives judge the cage for being good or not, and like, is this worth was this worth the effort that we put into coming here? Because Spock puts them off planet, he sends them to Talos 4, he's doing all this dangerous shit, and it's only by the end of part 2 that we finally realize the Talosians can give people a like simulacrum of a body. They can like give you the image that you're alive. So we see Pike in part 1, and he's severely scarred. He's lost a lot of his hair. He's in a chair that constricts his body, and he can only talk in beeps. 1 beep meaning yes, 2 beeps meaning no. And Spock served with him over a decade before this episode, as we saw in the cage. And this episode, basically my take is, just to shorten it all up, the stuff where Spock is dedicated to Captain Pike and cares about him and wants him to be able to like live out the rest of his life in a way where he has a feels like he has a body, I actually love. I think it's some of Star Trek's best storytelling, genuinely, in TOS.
Yeah.
The cage is dreadfully boring. I'm so glad this is not the real pilot. Holy crap, the cage is boring.
Yeah.
Hit me with your takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you pretty much hit the nail on the head. My feeling about it, because I couldn't help but think about when we watched Xena Warrior Princess, and it wasn't an unaired pilot for Xena, but there was that episode in I think it was season 6 or 5 or whatever.
The Amazon.
Yeah, the Amazon High potential spinoff that didn't happen, that backdoor pilot or the TV movie, and like took it, edited it down, and brought it into a Xena episode. For people who don't know, it's this essentially they were going to do this like spin-off of Xena Warrior Princess, which is in like ancient Greek kind of times, but do it even earlier in kind of like caveman times, where the protagonist is a girl who travels back in time from a modern day high school to be one of the first Amazons. And they recontextualize it in Xena as like, we're with the Amazons telling the story of the first Amazons.
Yes.
And there, I think there are 2 things that work to that episode's benefit, to where it's still really messy. It's super messy to try to take what was written to be a cohesive episode of a television show and say, okay, we're going to go chop, 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 and then put that into an episode of a television show. And you're like, this feels wrong. The 2 things working towards its benefit in that Xena episode were, 1, that it was like meaningful and justified to be looking at this story, that it meant something to say, we're telling the story of like the first Amazons and trying to see what that means to us. Whereas here, the way that they justify it is like, Spock is not telling you what's happening. Uh-oh, is he bad? What's he doing? And you're like, I know that Spock isn't bad. This is not like, I'm exhausted by you making me question what's happening, when he could just say what he's doing. And then when he does say at the end, Kirk, turns out that guy who was sitting next to you wasn't even here. I just couldn't tell you the truth because I don't know. Like,
he wouldn't have done it. He wouldn't have done it. That's why.
Yeah. And then the second thing that works to the benefit of the Xena episode is they take that original unaired thing and they're like, all right, this didn't work in its original form. So we're going to cut it up to just the most essential pieces so that you can get the impression of what the episode was trying to do. Whereas here, they're like, boy, the cage was great.
Uh-huh.
Let's play it in its entirety and just make you take little breaks between every scene. No,
No.
it is a boring episode. It is like painfully dull to the point where I was like, guys, just finish playing the cage. I don't want to keep pausing the cage and
Yeah.
starting it up again.
It's a friend who's
Please.
showing you a YouTube video and being like, no, this part's cool. And you're like, this video is 30 minutes long. He's like, no, this next part's amazing.
It's just about to get funny. The next
gonna get
part's so funny.
28 minutes in. This part's great, I promise. You're like, I literally missed dinner plans for this. And they're like, no, okay. And then it finishes and they're like, there was no joke. And they're like,
yeah,
you wouldn't get it. You have to watch it again with context. Basically, the events of the cage are Captain Pike and his crew, including Spock and Number One, who will later become Nurse Chapel, go onto this planet. They see a bunch of people who are like, we need some help. And there's one woman here and she's really hot. And Captain Pike's like, whoa, hot. And he goes with her and she's like, I tricked you I'm being manipulated I'm a human who's being manipulated by the Telosians. They let me have like young youth because women looking young again. And the Telosians are like, we just want to test you. We want to see if you're like a worthy subject. So we're going to put you through these scenarios so we can watch you like a little menagerie or put you in a cage. And he does that and then does it again and does it again and does it again before he's like, I'm sick of this. And they're like, okay, well, you got to leave, dude. And then that's kind of it. It's like, that's the menagerie or that's the cage.
Yeah. And it's conceptually, it is intriguing because it's sort of like, okay, it's asking this question of like, what is freedom? Right? Because on the one hand, you're Captain Pike and you're like, well, you're presenting me with a lie, a false image of the world. And you're keeping me somewhere that I didn't choose to be. So I'm going to bust out of here because I want to be free. Whereas what is the woman's name who's in the cage?
Vina.
I wrote in my notes, Sabrina Carpenter in here saying, let me please you. So stupid.
All right. I didn't want to.
And then I wrote Vina right underneath that. Nice. So I would know what her name was. But then you have Vina, who to her, freedom is I get to be the person I want to be. I was in this accident, and it's like really grim what she says. She's like, they put my body back together, but they had never seen a human, so they had no guide. Which is, if I was just reading this story, I'd be like, oh my God, haunting. Yeah, watching the story, it's like, okay, she still looks like a person. Like, this feels weird, guys. It's another Star Trek TOS episode being like, the woman isn't beautiful.
The ultimate problem with that is that by the time we get to her saying that, we're like 45 minutes into the second episode.
Yeah, the second episode. Yes, exactly. Right. So the problem is not like the ideas, it's the fact that it is deeply burying them in like, woo, oh, I've got a big brain. Yeah. So I think this is just a testament to they didn't know how to write a TV episode. And they decided we like it, so we're going to put it in a wrapper of another bad TV episode. And that's no good.
No, it's really not that good. And ultimately, The Cage is kind of a boring episode. I'm glad it's not the pilot. I think you could have shaved this down. I will say, like, this episode's so interesting as a Strange New Worlds watcher. It is like the codex of Pike's character in that series. Because, like, without getting into it too much, essentially, in the beginning of Strange New Worlds, or in the episode of Discovery that becomes the pilot to Strange New Worlds, Pike has like a Klingon time crystal. He finds one that lets him see this future. He sees himself in the chair. He sees himself even walking into the thing with Vina and going like, damn, that's how my life ends? Fuck that. I'm going to go back to the Enterprise and live my life. Because as we see in the early shots of the cage, Pike is saying, I want to quit Starfleet. He's saying, I don't think I'm ready for this anymore. I'm sick of, I've lost half my crew.
Right.
Like, and that's in
Yeah,
the
that's
cage. That's
right.
actually the best part of the cage, is the part where Pike is like,
Yeah.
I can't keep doing this. I keep losing people. So like, this is a
Yeah.
man that's beset by tragedy, who's ready to leave. And then
Yeah.
in the context of Stranger Worlds, sees the end and goes like, what the fuck? Fuck that. I don't want that. And so season 1 of Stranger Worlds is mostly Pike trying to be like, what if I try to change my fate? And I don't want to get into too much, but like part of the beauty of his arc in that show is coming to accept it and choosing to live his life anyways. And be like, you know, it's the classic, like, you can't change your fate, but you can live your life on the way there. Because in the menagerie, Spock essentially decides Pike's ultimate fate, which is, I'm gonna give you a simulacrum of the end of your life, and you can live it out, and it'll be happy, but it's not real. But you can have it, right? Pike didn't get to make that decision. So all of Stranger Worlds, his character is all about like, I make my decisions leading up to that. I lead the crew, and you know, it's also a reference fest. It's like full of TOS stuff, and I'm so excited for us to eventually watch it. But like, this episode was for me greatly enhanced by like the fact that I love Anson Mount's performance as Pike, and I enjoy Stranger Worlds quite a bit. So seeing the origin point of all of that and how we got there was really rewarding and satisfying in a like, retroactive way.
What if that's a fascinating hook for a prequel?
Yeah,
that's really cool.
I saw my death and I chose to do something else, but also maybe I can't change it. Also really funny to imagine somebody, I wrote this in the Discord, so imagine somebody watching this one like, I really want to know how Pike ended up in the chair, like how the fuck does that happen? And it's like, he doesn't even end up in the chair in the cage. The chair thing happens like completely off screen. There was an accident and the accident put him in the chair. That's it. And it becomes, then you want to get into like, we don't have the time for this, but like this disability narrative of like, is it even a life if you can only respond in 2 ways? Doesn't he deserve a life? Does he deserve to have the choice to end his life? He doesn't get to make that choice. And to me, that's really tragic. And that's why Stranger Worlds can like retroactively fix the menagerie and give Pike his agency back.
Yeah.
That's all I got. So for me, this is an A. But that's Menagerie Part 2 is an A. Menagerie Part 1 is like a C or a D. But I'm willing to move on those because I'm obviously biased.
I'd be willing to let you label them as such.
Okay.
I feel such a deep apathy towards the menagerie that it doesn't feel right to me to try to pull it down, if that makes sense.
I see.
But and like what you're describing sounds very intriguing and moving to me. So I want to like honor the way that it's been recontextualized in how we score it.
I think it's C and A. I think just based on the last 10 minutes of the Menagerie Part 2, because I get emotional seeing Spock do all of this, because I know how much Spock sacrificed for Pike and how much they cared about each other as friends, that I'm like, oh man. And I even asked in the Discord, I was like, does this episode play if you hadn't watched Strange New Worlds yet? And people were like, yeah, we like the Menagerie before knowing everything. Like the prequel like adds to your enjoyment of it, but it's not necessary to enjoy it. So some people feel you can enjoy it without that.
Yeah.
Bosun.
Yeah, it definitely gives a very like I can imagine that there were people who, you know, in the 60s had maybe went to one of the wars with a friend of theirs and probably saw themselves in the Spock character, where it's like, oh, yeah, I had friends who died and I had friends who survived, but like their lives were changed by the fact that they were injured. And how can I still be a friend to them in a way that feels supportive and respectful of what they want, but also like refuses maybe an attempt at like self-isolation, or because Pike at the beginning is like, no,
do not help
like,
me.
I don't want you to do this. Don't help me. Don't take me anywhere. And there is a read of that where it's like Pike deserves, like you were saying, Pike deserves to make that choice.
Right.
And also, I think sometimes when people are in positions where they're feeling some degree of hopelessness, they might be inclined to like refuse support that they might actually be grateful that they received. So um, I can see how the Spock Pike relationship, feels meaningful in that context.
What is a body, right? I was just reading an article today about the Buffy the Vampire Slayer episode, The Body, legendary episode, and how Anya has a speech in that episode about like, how do you mean this X character is dead? Like, I don't understand, because she's like a otherworldly creature, so she's like, it doesn't make sense that somebody can be here and then be gone. And like Spock and Uhura, and I guess Scotty and Sam Kirk and Dr. Mbenga and Nurse Chapel, me trying to remember everybody on Strange New Worlds, are like, we don't get to see. Pike never died. He's here, but he's gone. Like, he's never going to be the person we want him to be again. So this thing, really emotional about that to me.
I have one bit of background information.
Please.
So there's like all the scenes where Vina is being put in different contexts to try to like keep Pike to get him to stay or whatever. And there's the one scene where she's painted green and she's like a dancing girl on some planet.
Crazy scene.
And I forget who says this line, but somebody says they're like animals, vicious, seductive. They say no human male can resist them, which is like a wild thing to say.
Yeah.
It speaks to this like fascination that TOS has with male lustfulness, and like that there being something threatening about that, or like something that's just going to burst forth and be overwhelming.
It's an overarching theme for sure.
And Susan Oliver, who plays Vina, first of all, she
sister of Mary Oliver.
What?
Me lying. Me when I lie to you on purpose.
Don't do that. There's she was like gonna go on vacation or something when they were gonna film the pilot, and some producer was like, don't worry, it'll be quick, like just a couple days. And then she had to like get painted green and do all this stuff. And so she like every day to set brought this sign that said like, where's Jim, or something, like the producer who tricked her into being in the pilot.
That's funny, but also annoying.
Yeah. And the other thing, she was like really into this green scene. She had this quote where she said, Gene Roddenberry has touched on something dark in man's subconscious. One could imagine doing things with a green mate that he would never dare with someone his own color. It's like, Susan. That's really there's some undertones to the thing you just said. Yeah,
I can see why Futurama was like, what if we made a whole show about how weird TOS is?
Yeah,
that's really bizarre.
Yep. Yeah,
thank you for the fun facts though. It's great.
Yeah, there's just something going on here where it's like, well, it's the 60s, so we can't like do this with a black woman. So we'll just make her green, and that'll be good.
It's fine.
That'll sort of scratch the same. And it's like, okay, no. Anyway, let's talk about Conscience of the King.
Yes. So this episode is the one I was saying is in another episode of television. Conscience of the King specifically appears in a mid-season episode of Station 11, one of my favorite shows ever made.
Fascinating.
Because for a lot of reasons, I mean, that show is also about a Shakespeare troupe, so like it and also the creators and the writer Emily St. John Mandel is a huge Trekkie. One of the other big things is a quote from a Star Trek Voyager episode we haven't watched yet, where someone says the line "survival is insufficient." So that show's chock full of Star Trek stuff. But because of that, when I watched Station 11 the first time and I saw that scene, I was like, wait, that's Star Trek. I actually watched The Conscience of the King like 3 or 4 years ago. So this episode was fresh in my mind. And I was like, oh, wait, I like remember everything. I remember the twist of this one, which I love. So Conscience of the King, long story short, Kirk brought onto a planet, thinks that there's something else going on. Turns out this guy is like, hey, this guy, Anton Caridian, is an actor in a bunch of Shakespeare stuff here. He's in Hamlet and, in Macbeth, excuse me. And I think that he is the same guy who did a mass murder 20 years ago. And you, Captain Kirk, are one of 7 people who were alive to witness it. And there's only like 3 of them left alive now. So Kirk begins this investigation, mainly because it's TOS, talking to Caridian's daughter, Lenore, again, Shakespeare references, flirting with her. The middle of this episode is dreadfully boring. And then the end of it suddenly locks in and becomes one of the most interesting, like, emotional beats episodes of, like, all of Trek. And I'm like, wait, no. There's an amazing 10 minutes of Conscience of the King in an episode that's wildly inconsistent for the rest of it. Yep. Because Kirk is doubting in his mind, can this guy be a mass murderer? Can he be the person who ordered the genocide of thousands or millions of people, whatever? Can he be? And he finally gives him this sort of vocal test that's like, read this line, and if you match it, then you're the guy, and I can decide that you need to be killed. He does the recording. The guy sounds close enough, but it's not a perfect match. And Kirk doesn't make the decision, but he has one of his younger Starfleet members whose family was killed by this mass murderer run up on stage and try to kill him. Kirk stops him, and then they apprehend Anton Caridian and his daughter, who is the one who orchestrated all of this and killed all of the people who knew, planning to kill Kirk. So now they have justification to arrest or get rid of them. Do you agree? This episode is like nothing, and then it suddenly is the best episode ever for 10 minutes? You're in agreement there?
Yeah. Because the thing about that scene, it's not just that his voice is close. He's reading like the decree that he delivered, and he starts to put it down because he remembers it.
Right.
And Kirk's like, you remember it.
You're not looking at the script.
I remember it. Yeah. So when we get there and we get Caridian being like, look, I made this choice. I was in this situation and this is what I felt I had to do, and I would make the choice again. That scene really works for me in the Shakespeare episode because that is a very Shakespeare villain thing to do, or like Shakespeare tragic hero thing to do.
Right.
Like the particulars of it, and he's killing all these people, it's like pretty awful. But you think about sort of the big characters and the big monologues in Shakespeare in the dramas, and you have a character like Brutus in Julius Caesar, or Macbeth himself, or Hamlet, these characters who are like, yeah, I don't love the idea of murdering someone, but right now it feels like the right time to do a murder.
I think it's justified. Yeah.
And like, can I still be me on the other side of that? And can I like find a reason to sort of stand by myself in the act of doing that? Or am I like deluding myself to think that that's even possible? And I think this guy who's playing Caridian has the gravitas of a Shakespearean actor and sells that moment. So I like that part, but the rest of it is like, I don't know. I wanted a little bit more out of the Shakespeare episode. I like Shakespeare. I like Trek. I like Shakespeare in Trek. I like when Picard is like, blah, Shakespeare, and blah, blah, blah. So I definitely expected a lot more from this episode than what we got. And it was just kind of like, kind of whatever.
It's Arnold Moss is the actor. He was in fact on Broadway before being on this, so that's not surprising at all.
Makes sense.
I think the Lenore stuff is interesting when you know the twist of like she's the orchestrator behind all of it, but it just, when you don't know what's going on in this episode, I can understand why it might read as really dull for the first 2/3, but like it is a love letter to Shakespeare, right? That whole last scene where Lenore says all those lines about them, she's just rattling off Shakespeare quotes. She even says the play is the thing. She's hitting some Hamlet lines there too. And I'm like, I wrote my notes like, I wonder if the average viewer in the 1960s like clocked all of the references, because it's really just happening. No one's like saying that's a line or that's a line. I think, or even the name Lenore once again, like it's all in here. It's an episode that I really appreciate and I'm glad exists. And I think people remember it as better than it actually is. That's my thing.
Yes.
I think people are remembering the ending of it. It is genuinely one of Star Trek's most beautiful third acts. I mean that. And it does have some cool setup stuff too, right? So like, I wanted some quick notes for my things here. Spock's doing his research. I think this part is so important to understanding Bones as a character. You know, they talk about Kodos, which is the name of the evil guy, and also the what they got the name for the alien from The Simpsons from.
That's fun.
He ran a colony beset by horrible famine, and he decided via eugenics, essentially, who could survive and who wouldn't. That's what Spock determines from the research. Bones turns to him and says, unfortunately, he wasn't the first. And I wrote in my notes, has Bones been Jewish this whole time? I don't think so, but like, that's something. We're talking about eugenics, and he's like very confidently and quickly able to rattle out, like, reference the Holocaust, essentially, or just other genocides, obviously. There's something there. There is some light stuff. I think one of the other great things the back of the episode's doing is setting up Riley as a character who cares a lot and is emotionally distraught by this. And there's a scene where Uhura tries to like help him relax by playing music on her little Vulcan lute. I love seeing the Vulcan lute. And I love him being like, oh, a nice song. And we think he's going to be murdered. That's really interesting. I love the scene where somebody tries to overload, Lenore tries to overload a phaser in Kirk's quarters. And you just get to watch Kirk and Spock be like, fuck, throw it out the airlock. And like just them coming to action in 10 seconds flat. That's like really lovable and just good characterful scene. And then, yeah, I think they could teach the final scene where Lenore realizes is that she's caught in like acting school. You can't deny him his last performance. Let the play finish. And they're like, we're not letting the play finish. This shit's over. I love that. You got anything?
I have a couple stray notes. The part at the beginning where it's the guy that Kirk knew from the past and they shoot him in profile so much that you're like, what's on the other side of this guy's face?
Yeah.
And you start to see the edges of it and you're like, I think he's wearing an eye patch. And then he turns and it's the whole side of his face with an eye patch component.
Yeah.
And there's just something so campy about that.
And Shakespeare-y.
That I liked it.
Is it Macbeth that has the big mask? Which one has the mask?
No. Are you thinking of the Phantom of the Opera?
No, there's a Shakespeare play that has a prominent mask in it.
Shakespeare play with a prominent mask.
I could be wrong. But there's like...
There might be like a masquerade something and something.
Yeah, I don't know. Much Ado About Nothing has a mask in it. Anyways, there's a masked ball. Shakespeare loves masks. The point is, this is like a Shakespeare-y thing from the get-go. Is Dr. Layton is like a guy who, half his face is covered by injury and uses a mask to cover it up.
Yeah. Lenore textually is 19 years old. So just gonna say that. And Kirk's like, hey, baby. Also, she's his daughter, but was playing Lady Macbeth. To his Macbeth.
People did that.
Okay.
It's a little weird. I agree.
I think, I think it's weird to play.
They don't have a lot of actors. It's like they're a two-man troupe. I don't know. But I get what you're saying. It's weird.
I don't know. Yeah. She's got some fun outfits in this episode. Her second outfit just like looks like a bath mat if it was a dress, and that's
totally like the green one.
Yeah.
She has 6 costume changes in this one episode.
She has a lot of costume changes in this episode. Yeah, I wish I knew that she was trying to kill Kirk earlier, because it would have made the scene where she's like aggressively flirting with him
Yes.
better. Where she's like, this ship, it's this surging, throbbing ship. Oh, and Kirk, has the machine changed any of your space women? What are your space women like? That just would have been more fun with some irony in it.
Yep.
Love Uhura song. She says, forever is just a day. Forever is just another journey. Tomorrow, a stop along the way.
Beautiful.
That's nice. I was very amused by the fact that the thing that Riley drank that was a little bit poisoned was just milk.
Milk?
Just a tall glass of milk.
I'd fall for it. You know what? Real talk, I'd fall for it.
He's just trying to unwind with a big glass of milk. And he's like gonna die.
That's so 1960s of them.
Mhm.
Gotta get your calcium, kids.
Spock says, you should be told the difference between empiricism and stubbornness, Doctor.
Goated line.
And then Kirk says to Caridian, you're an actor now. What were you 20 years ago? Caridian says, younger. Much younger, Captain.
I think I like this episode, Magellan. I'm sorry. It has more good than bad in it to me.
Yeah, I this conversation is definitely raising my feelings of it.
I swear it's better on a rewatch. Because I went into it, the whole thing knowing everything, I was like, they're setting up brilliantly.
I believe it.
I'm not going to force it into an S. Yeah, I would give it a B. I think that's reasonable. For me, this is a high A, low S. This is like I will rewatch this episode many times because it is relevant to Station 11 and relevant to, it's just like well acted. Beautifully acted.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of beautifully acted and we'll rewatch again, we've got one more. In TOS Season 1, Part 1, it's Balance of Terror, which is, in short, a submarine mystery episode disguised as a sci-fi episode.
Mm-hmm.
We are introduced to the Romulans and the Romulan in the neutral zone because a Romulan ship battles the Enterprise, and the captain of the Romulan ship finds a kinship with Captain Kirk. And they realize that they are essentially the same man on parallel sides of a conflict that nobody wanted to start, but now it needs to end. And Kirk makes the swift decision after back and forth battle, shooting a nuke, putting a nuke into an asteroid. We've never even seen the Romulans before. What do they look like? Oh my God, why do they look like why do they look like Spock? What's going on with the Vulcan connection? We're not going to worry about that right now. Boom. It's just battle scenes and tension. This episode's fantastic.
Yep.
I'm so glad we ended on. I really wanted to push the end on this because I know it's considered one of Trek's best episodes and TOS's best episode.
Yeah. No, it was awesome. This is the episode where I was like, oh right, the Cold War.
Yeah.
Also happening in the 60s. And yeah, for 1966, it's like, hey, it was only a couple years ago that we were doing that Cuban Missile Crisis thing. And sure feels like any day now we could blow each other up. So I think in that context, this episode, it like enriches the episode even further, and makes it feel even more bold to be on television saying like, hey, they're not so different from us. And and to pair that with the way that people start looking at Spock differently, and the way that Kirk is like, knock it off. That's Mr. Spock. You know him. We're not going to be like racist or bigoted just because he looks like the enemy or he's from the place where the enemy's from. So the way that this episode kind of like addresses both that sort of outward facing militaristic, like we need to de-escalate point, with this inward facing like, and we can't let this make us hate people. I was like, yeah,
what was the line that we both bolded? Leave any bigotry in your quarters. There's no room for it on the bridge.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was literally about to say air horns, and then I remembered I had an air horns pun. Yeah, that was a fucking air horns line. That's so good.
Yeah, that's like a fix your hearts or die line.
Yeah,
to me.
to peaks. Yeah,
yeah, like it's great.
That's the best stuff about this. Like, yeah, the battle stuff is cool, the conflict and seeing the Romulans is really cool, but like at its core, this is an episode about bigotry and encountering an other and choosing not to other them as enemies, but instead viewing them as like members of, you know, the same world as us. I think it's brilliant. I think this isn't even a negative mark. It's just like a feeling I have. I think the engaged couple whose marriage gets cut short by this was the most broadcast thing from the second it happened. Our wedding's interrupted. I'll see you right after. We just have to finish this one conflict. Guys, one of you is going to die in the next 40 minutes. And he does. Of course. And
it doesn't even, there's like no purpose to it either.
It's just the cost of war.
It feels kind of cheap. Because also he's the only person who dies. It's the guy.
Yeah. And it's so Kirk can hug his
else.
wife. Kirk can hug his widow, Martine.
Yep.
It never makes any sense. People have to know there was a reason.
Yeah.
Thoughtful stuff. I want to talk about the Romulans a little bit here. I think the Romulans, it's so cool that the Romulans are now in canon, like such an important part of Star Trek history. We haven't even seen Klingons yet. We see Romulans before we see Klingons. Isn't that fun?
That is fun.
And Romulans are just the enemy. They're vaguely enemy shaped, and they're Roman as fuck. They all have what are their fucking character names? Like when the guys are calling out to each other, they all have like super duper Roman ass names, which I adore. They have these like Roman outfits, or Roman inspired outfits. They're very colorful too. Again, they look super Vulcan, but not explicitly, and they don't go into why yet, because this is before they had to explain anything. Yeah, they're great. They're super duper cool on their ships. And they even introduced the cloaking device, which was way more relevant in the world of the Cold War, because it's like, what if your enemy can't be seen? It's funny that now it's like they have invisibility, but back then it was like they have fucking invisibility. There's a scene early on where someone says we're getting visual, and it's like scary that we got visual, because they're literally like, we don't know what we're looking at. I love that. It's just like you take for granted the fact that when they say we're getting visual on someone, that's just is a thing that can happen. But it's like, whoa, what am I looking at? That's a different guy than me. I love it. I think this episode has more than earned its reputation as one of Trek's best, for sure.
Yeah. I love also the justification for why it's a reveal what it is the Romulans look like. Because they can be like, well, we had this Earth Romulus war that happened like decades ago, and now we have this demilitarized zone in between our societies out here in space, and they're like, but we don't know what the Romulans look like, because they give two reasons. One, they didn't have the technology to transmit visuals. They could only transmit audio when they're doing like ship to ship communication. And then the other thing is the ships just used to be smaller, so they didn't have any room to take prisoners on the ships, so they didn't take any prisoners. And I just really appreciate that attention to detail, that they're like, we've never seen a Romulan before, and we can fully explain to you why, so that they can have this moment where they show up on screen. It's like, that looks like Spock. I thought that was cool.
Love it. Yeah. And Kirk would have done the same thing if they've lost this much and they're like, we'll take you prisoner, and he goes, I would rather go down with my ship than be taken prisoner. It's the Romulan way. And you're like, that's the whole thing. You're left to wonder at the end of this is, they seem different, but wouldn't we do the exact same shit?
Yep.
Kirk would have stayed with the ship too. It's to me, it's an S episode. This is an S. Perfect. Definitely. TOS at its finest.
Yeah, this sets the curve of like what's possible for S tier and TOS, I think.
Exactly. We've seen it at its worst and now at its best. Yeah. I hope we can hit this high again. I really do. Because we got a long road ahead of us. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 more of these, Magellan. We can do it. I wanted to shout out 2 really quick sort of Trek ephemera things that we talked about or didn't get a chance to talk about. it is the 60th anniversary of Star Trek this year, which is pretty
Mhm.
based. We didn't plan to cover the original Star Trek series on the anniversary year, but I'm glad it worked out that way. Huzzah. Yeah, we did it. I'm sometimes optimistic about Star Trek's future, but what more importantly, Star Trek makes me optimistic about the future. It allows me to dream and think about what it could be with warts and all. So
Yeah.
I think about that a lot. So happy 60th to Star Trek.
Yeah.
And then we haven't got a chance to talk about this explicitly. Spirk, the Spock and Kirk ship, does originate somewhere. And I was doing my research in between recording sessions. And I wanted to shout out A Fragment Out of Time, which is notably from 1974 and is the first example of Spock and Kirk / fiction ever. It was published in 1974 in a fanzine called Grupp, named after Miri. And it was 2 pages. And the best thing about A Fragment Out of Time is that it never mentions who it's about, because that's how it worked back in the day. So it's about a blonde man and a brunette with big ears.
We should read it on the show sometime.
Yeah, it's not that long. I'm very curious. There's like it was accompanied with art, and the art was like, oh yeah, that's, you just drew William Shatner and oh my god, who was that? Leonard Nimoy. You just drew them totally. Diane Merchant. I just wanted to shout out Diane Merchant for writing A Fragment Out of Time. Literally like the Bible of fan fiction. One of the first examples of real fanfic, gay fanfic specifically. TOS. It's a show of contrasts. And I hope people enjoyed our long and lengthy discussion of its season's first half. John, where do we go from here? What are we watching next time on Chatz?
Next time we're returning to Chatz OA, covering Netflix's The OA, watching episodes 3 and 4 of season 1. And we're not going to tell you what they're about because we don't want to spoil anything for ourselves. But we'll be back with that next week.
What are they called?
Oh,
I got you.
Question.
They're called Champion and Away.
Champion and Away. Great.
We're Champion Away. We have a guest. We're gonna have a lot of Chatz OA guests. People are already claiming. So if you have an OA episode or 2 that you're interested in being on, get your messages into us soon, because we are that one is filling up remarkably quickly. And it's only 7 of them left. So get in while you can. Meanwhile, Magellan, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on another podcast that I do with my friend Justin called Super Smash Echoes, where we play video games related to the Super Smash Brothers franchise, Super Smash Echoes. Check it out. Alan, what about you? Oh, you can also, find me on Bluesky, not chatzpod.bsky.social, and read my writing at not-that-magellan.ghost.io. Alan, what about you?
I'm going to play the bosun's whistle right now to signal that it's my turn to talk. It's the boo for Magellan. Love it. I need that on the soundboard, dude. That's gonna hit the soundboard soon. Hi guys, I'm Alan. I'm at Ibrahim on social media, on Bluesky specifically, and I am on one other podcast primarily right now, and that is the Creature Quorum, which is a Pokemon-centric podcast talking about one of my favorite hobbies. And my friend Six and I are playing through Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Leaf Green, and covering them one gym at a time. We should have just by now put out the episode about encountering Brock, and we're talking about how do you adapt the original generation of Pokemon in different ways.
Cool.
Yeah, it's really good stuff so far. I'm enjoying the discussion, so check that out on scanlinemedia.com, where you can also hear me on the Garnet Wager, which is a Korean game show discussion storytelling podcast. I think that's everything. I think that's all my gigs. Shit.
Nice.
John, this is a TrekChatz, so I'm going to do the plug zone if that's okay with you.
Yes, please do.
If you have questions, comments, or concerns for Chatz, our email address is chatzpod@gmail.com. We are also on Bluesky at chatzpod, chatzpod is how you spell that. I'm going to try to do this off the top of my dome before I can open the freaking notes doc. I give up. I already opened the notes doc. Okay. Chatz Television Podcast on YouTube, where 2 days after the main feed episode goes up on audio, you get a video version where you can see our beautiful faces and my background art, Magellan's fun plant and his Star Fox painting back there. It's really cool. And yeah, and if you like the show, you can support us by rating us on Apple Podcasts, rating us on Spotify, following us on either of those platforms. And if you have the money to do so, please consider our Patreon, patreon.com/chatzpod, where you get bonus things like the Chatz Discord, where we talk about Star Trek and video games and TV and movies. Bonus content that is picked by you, the listener, and put into a cup that Magellan pulls from pretty regularly. We're trying to clear out the cup very soon, and by the end of hopefully the next month or two, we'll have that clear, and we'll be asking for more cup suggestions. You want to suggest us a game, a movie, anything? You're allowed. Just at $3 a month or more. You also get a full backlog of cool content like movie commentaries, pilots for TV shows that we'd eventually cover on the main feed, as well as just general Magellan and Allen hanging out, being best friends. The thing we've been doing for most of our lives now. $5 a month gets you all those things I just told you, plus a thank you at the end of every main feed ep. So thank you to our $5 plus patrons, who include Amanda, Arthur, Emily, Emrys, Felicia, Jen, Justin, Kelly, Kyrie, Lee, Marcus, Magellan's mom, MP, Nick of the Brothers at Infinite War, Noel, Six, and Stefan. Our main feed podcast art, which was at the top of the video version, was done by our friend Camilla. She's at Camilla Strader on social media. And last but not least, Magellan, it's Chatzums time. Recommend me some things or something to enjoy between now and next time.
I have a music chatsum for you. Recently, Amanda and I went to a concert series that happens in Brooklyn once a month or so, called Voices in the Heights. And they showcase like singer-songwriters, kind of modern folk or like roots revival sort of music. And there were two acts at the concert that we went to who were really great. One of them was this duo called, I believe they're called Paper Wings. Yep, Paper Wings. They apparently met each other at Fiddle Camp and have been friends ever since, and have this sort of like they're from, I forget where, like I want to say Nashville or something like that.
Google says Nashville, yeah.
And they're sort of like a multi-instrumentalist folk roots sort of duo. They're great. And then the other act was this singer-songwriter from Brooklyn named Katie Martucci, Martucci, who I thought was fantastic. And she had this one song that she sang that was amazing, and I don't think it's out anywhere, which is kind of maddening. But she has an EP from 2022 called Note to Self, which I highly recommend, especially the titular song, Note to Self, if you want to get a sense of her vibe. But Katie Martucci was excellent. But what about you? What's your chatsum?
My chatsum is my first book club book of 2026, which I just hit a really interesting point in last night. Usually I save my book club chatsums for when I'm close to finishing the book, but this one's pretty short, and I hit a really fascinating moment in it last night. It's The Correspondent by Virginia Evans. For those who don't know, I'm in a monthly book club with my local bookstore, and I read. It's gotten me back into reading in a big way. This book was published last year in April, and it is an epistolary novel. Primarily, it's primarily letters written by this 70-plus-year-old woman, Sybil Van Antwerp, and it is about her navigating grief and life and giving her treatise on life, but also she is somebody who has this habit of, in the modern day, writing letters to everyone in her life, from her friends, extended family, former lovers, famous people. There's a really beautiful, really sad letter that she writes to oh my god, what's her name? Who's the most famous feminist in the world?
Judith Butler?
No, like currently living. Fuck. Not Gloria Steinem. Okay, Judith Butler is not the one I'm thinking of. Oh my god. I'm so
Roxane Gay?
No. Oh wow, I can't think of who it is right now.
Bell Hooks?
No, this person is white, so definitely probably not the most famous. But oh my god. Anyways, she writes a letter to a famous writer, and they end up talking about a bunch of like really intense stuff, and the writer kind of forms a correspondence with her, And the part that's interesting, where I was like, okay, this is an epistolary novel. I've read these before. It's fine. She's been writing letters that are unsent. The book lists like, this letter is not sent to anyone, and it forms this sort of like, it's not really a mystery so much as it is a like plot detail of like, who are you writing these to, and why are you writing them, and why are you not sending them? And I just figured out like a third of the way through this book who it is, and I was like, oh my god. So it's pretty short. It's like 250 pages, and if that premise sounds interesting to you, then read The Correspondent by Virginia Evans. It's pretty fascinating, and it's such a quick read because they're all like, they're not even full page letters. They're like, you just flipping through them. Some of them are really goofy. Some of them are like hate mail that she gets, and then some of them are really heartbreaking. So that's my Chatzum.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks, Magellan, for being the, oh my god, the Spock to my Kirk. This is easy.
Easy.
That's so easy. Give me a harder one next time. Thank you for being the Spock to my Kirk, because your logic and my inexorable curiosity for life and thirst for joy keeps us going. Me looking for generous read. Thank you all for listening to TrekChatz. Peace. Bye.
Bye-bye.